So here now we do often make moral judgments about others, right? Whether it is right or wrong. We do make moral judgments. So the question is based on what do we make such kind of moral judgments? To initiate the discussion, maybe we can consider some possible some hypothetical scenario in which we are required to make some moral judgments, and based on that we guide our actions. So let us consider some of the trolley scenarios. So trolley scenarios are, if you look at any of the lectures in the ethics, many of them use these trolley scenarios to begin the discussion about ethics. So let us consider some trolley scenarios here, which you would be already aware of. So let us see how in such kind of scenario how we make moral judgments or analyzing our intuitions about the situation. So let us consider first one of the versions of trolley scenario. So you need to assume that you are the protagonist in that particular possible scenario, and see how you would make your moral decisions based on certain moral reasoning. So let us assume that. Let me assume that I am a trolley car driver, and I am driving the trolley car, let's say, at some speed. And as I move ahead, I find some 5 workers are working on the track. 5 persons are working on the track. Now, somehow I find that my brakes are not working. The brakes of the trolley car is not working, and the horn doesn't work. And there is no way that I can convey this to those persons who is there in the track. So I'm sure that if I move ahead, I will hit all of them and they will die. That's the situation here. Now suddenly I see a side track. And if I take the side track, I can save those 5 persons. But the issue is that on the side track, there is 1 person. Now, there comes up a kind of dilemma. So if I move ahead, then I'm going to hit those 5 persons and all of them will die. And if I take the side track, I can save those 5 persons, but this person will die. So also assume that the side track was not in use for many years, let us say. Now the question is, what would you do at that time? What kind of moral justification would you give at that particular? When you decide to do something. So the question is, what would you do? Would you take the side track to save those 5 persons, or would you just go ahead and hit those 5 persons, thinking that this person, he was just standing on that particular side track because that was not in use for many years. So what would you do, and what's the reason for what would you do?
mentioned the corporate and all, you have to follow set of rules, which is given. I'm working in some company, and they have made some setup, you have to follow that. If, for example, if the computer is failed, I'm not a mechanic, okay, so
Okay.
I have to re-replicate something. So if they have mentioned that you have to go to this particular track, so I have to follow it.
You have to.
I have to follow it.
Okay. Last part I didn't get.
For example, if it's a set of rules say that I have to travel in this particular path,
Okay.
then I have to follow that term, even though whatever scenario is there.
Okay. So it's like even if it is going to hit those 5 persons, I'm expected to travel further. Okay? And this one person shouldn't be affected because of that particular scenario. Right? So, but you are hitting the 5 persons.
So both are painful decisions.
Yes.
We assume this is right and we take a decision. Killing one person is also wrong, killing 5 persons is also wrong. But it depends upon the situation. So if we think objectively, 5 persons will be saved, 1 person will be dead, that's how people make accidents and happen. The same thing, if that 1 person is a prime minister, 5 persons will go and die to protect that 1 person. Even in army, we have seen in Kargil and all, the leader, the general or somebody has to be saved in that gunfire. So the soldiers will go and create a shield and he escapes and those 5 people get killed.
Okay. So let's also assume that the moral, social status of those people who are involved in this more or less same. So
that's what to say what is it depends upon the situation and they trade off. Trade off what is the benefit for somebody, benefit for us.
okay.
So
if
ethical is always in a dilemma.
dilemma, but still the person has to
Take
take
a decision. He looks for a trade off.
So what would be the trade-off here?
So kill that 1 person and save 5 person objectively.
Okay.
If it is a prime minister, 5 people, Donald Trump was there. So the 3 people got died, 1 person got shot.
Yeah,
Right.
but so one thing is you assume that they have the moral equal status.
Less 1 person.
That doesn't mean that if there is higher moral status or higher social status, that gives them some advantage, like they can be saved or that doesn't look good also. But before getting into that kind of discussions, if we assume.
No, but what if it's prime minister or like you are on one side and the other side are your family members? Would you still?
Yeah, when he is a soldier or he is a security personnel, he has no. So he's been trained hard and hit. They will hit all those.
No.
Yeah, security guard. So you are giving security to the prime minister. So 5 people are there. They will go and cover him and they'll take the shots.
If you are the security, you will do the same.
Yeah. Yes, they are supposed to do. They keep testing the loyalty of the security fellow with all types of experiments, and once they are found that to be excellent, then only they will depute him to such a post. Somebody they will not send. Even when Rajiv Gandhi died, I think there were some security people who got died.
So the thing is, like, if we change the roles of these people, then it might get into, the discussion might take into different direction, which is good also. But at this moment, it's like, all of them are more or less same. Like, yeah. So I think in that situation, I guess you would save those 5 persons.
No. That's what. If they are social status same, I will save those 5%, 1%. Right.
Okay. So any other response? I think yours is different in the sense like because the other person who is there in the side track is somehow is not is uninvolved in their scenario because he's standing on a track which was not at all in use for many years, and there is no way that this particular trolley would take that side track. That was the assumption he would have made. So that's the reason for you to take the side track, hit the one person, but which would eventually save those 5%. Right? Any other response? So, what do you say?
I would say saving one person morally is correct because he's on the right track. Here, number doesn't come into picture. All are human beings, and each one of them has a equal life, meaning of the life. But the question comes is these five are standing on the road, which is not a right thing. So your number doesn't come into picture. So I would prefer to save the one who's standing on the right side or side lane.
Okay. Yeah. So somehow the number doesn't matter. I mean, that's what you wanted to say. Like when we make a particular moral judgment, it is not that we should consider what benefit whom. Rather, we ought to do certain things because irrespective of what benefit the people are going to gain. So now the question is, who will go for a side track, saving the 5%? I mean, most of them would go for the side track, saving those 5%, right? And how many of you would go for, go straight and hit those? Yeah, okay. So the majority is, they want to take the side track. The fight, because what would be the moral reason? It's like more or less it would be something like this. So more people are getting benefited from my actions. More people are getting benefited. So okay. So now, we'll consider different. We'll make slight changes within this possible situation. Now, you are not a trolley car driver. The situation remains the same. You are an onlooker. So you are standing on a bridge and you can just see whatever is happening down. So there are 5 persons working on the track and the trolley car is coming. This is exactly the same situation. Somehow you come to know that the brakes don't work, the horn doesn't work. I mean, there is no way that whoever is driving the trolley car can convey this to those persons who is working on the track. Right? And you are helpless. You can't just do anything. Right? Now, if that's the situation, suddenly, you find that there's a very healthy person, right? And you're sure that if you push this healthy person to the track, it will stop the oncoming trolley car. You can save those 5 persons. So scenarios, the situation is slightly extreme here. So now, whatever the options we had remains the same, that saving 5 persons while killing one, or saving 1 person while killing other 5. So the options remain the same, but the situation is changed. Instead of me being the trolley car driver, someone else is the trolley car driver. Only thing is that I'm just standing somewhere else and I can see whatever is happening there. And if I intervene, I can just save those 5 persons. But my intervention would end up in killing just 1 person. What would we do at that particular point of time? Now,
Killing 1%.
killing 1 person.
One person is himself.
1 person?
Is himself.
Myself. The onlooker.
One who is standing beside me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the onlooker pushes that person.
Yes, so I am the onlooker. So you can assume that you are the onlooker, so that you can assess your moral intuition. Yeah. So would you push the So you will go ahead and push the 1 person and save those 5 persons.
Decision has to be taken.
Okay, so what would be your reasoning for that?
Now, we have to say that 5 people who have been working there.
Okay. So number matters. So, would you use? Last time you said like you'll take the. But anyway, it's not going
I'm
to
not a
be-
part of that. I think so. I'm just a.
You'll restrain yourself from doing anything.
I mean, I can shout out like, go away from the tribe.
It's not possible. Like nothing else is possible. That's how the situation is kept.
My reasoning would be the 5 people know that it's dangerous to be there.
Yeah.
Why sacrifice an innocent guy?
He's not
Who's
involved in
not even.
Okay. Okay. So similar kind of reason.
They might not know that the train may be coming, they are working on the track. They know about this time the train may come. Once the train is coming very close by, they can dispose of. That is also possible.
Also assume that, why we need to make a lot of assumptions, because the situation
Since they are,
not to make any.
since they are working on that particular field only,
Yeah.
so we are just making an assumption that this can be happening. Because even mathematics also some of it, for example Gaussian, we assume that all the data are distributed evenly. That's the reason why we have that assumption only make the solutions. So similarly, this may be one of the assumptions if they are the part of that working community.
Okay,
So there is a good possibility that they might have known this. That's the reason why they are working there.
So it's like you wouldn't.
I don't want to involve any other person.
Persons, yeah. Okay. So similar kind of reasoning you had before also.
Yes.
So you would also, yeah. So who would push the? You would push the healthy person. Yeah. Trying to be consistent with previous moral reasoning. Right? The moral reasoning which he had the previous with regard to the previous scenario. Now, who is there anyone who would like to push the
Onlooker.
Okay. Nobody, right? Okay. Okay, you would prefer to push the, I mean, what would be your reasoning for that?
So obviously 5 is greater than 1, and yeah, that person might be innocent, but yeah, even in armies and militaries, innocent people give their lives to save larger number of lives. So yeah, if my first case was also the same answer, so I would definitely go with that answer.
Okay. So assume that you yourself is the person, I mean, who could jump onto the track and save who's.
Then it is even better than the first case. I would
Oh,
gladly give up
okay. So
without guilt.
Okay. So the reasoning would be like somehow the number matters. Right?
Yes, I mean, if 5% die, the grief will be greater rather than 1 person dying. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you are trying to say something?
A number doesn't come into picture. It's a human. Like the person who is on the right side, their morality comes into picture here because since he's on the right track, you can't see number. Like 5 people are standing, so you need to kill the innocent one. Here we need to focus on saving the innocent one.
Okay. So
I personally feel I prefer to say the 1 person.
Okay.
Here not 1 person, the person is on the right side.
Okay, let us assume that, I mean, not a lot of assumptions, but I mean, just to see how you would respond. Assume that the healthy person is a very cruel one. Many would even benefit if you were to be, pushed onto the track. Would you do the same?
No.
Even then you, okay. So you would say that there is something is not right. Okay. Okay.
And we can't compare this situation with the military. There it is like that's entirely different.
Okay.
They are sacrificing a life for someone. Here no one is sacrificing life. It is our decision to whom to save.
Okay.
So when it comes to question of saving, when we have a 2 option, which is inevitable, we have to pick 1 option. In that, here we need to prefer the one who is on the right side or the safer side. When he feels he is on the safer side, like vehicle is moving on the right direction and he is not in the direction of the vehicle where it is moving. So we have to think in that direction.
Okay. 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 Anyone else? Different reasoning?
If there is a cruel person, so I'll stick to the same one.
Oh, okay. Even if the person were to be cruel, you just
I'll stick
don't.
to go over the height, like that track. I'll choose a single track.
Okay.
Because he may be the cruel person for society, but we don't know the background.
As
For
in
example,
you,
if
you
the
know-
person is hangman, he do the hanging to the criminals.
Oh.
Even though his outer core it may be a cruel, but he's killing the people but still we don't know the background scenario.
I assume that you know in and through about the person.
I know that he has a family to feed, so I wouldn't push him. So even if he's cruel, he is providing for his family.
Okay. So, but the issue is that other 5 persons also might be having the families.
Then I would need information as to why they are standing there. Is it sheer stupidity or?
We have a limited data set.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Now, in the first case, if you look at the first case, it's quite easier for us to say that, I need to save those 5 persons instead of that 1 person. So somehow it was not so difficult, or even it is easy for me to say that, to make that particular judgment, right? That I am going to take the side track because 5 persons are going to be affected. Right? There is no much difficulty. Somehow, intuitively also it satisfies. If I were to take the side track, I can save more people are getting benefited. Right? So that somehow the number comes in the picture. Right? But if we consider the second scenario, and if we are, and most of you accepted that with regard to the first scenario, that I am going to take the side track so that I can save more people. Now, if I strictly follow whatever moral reasoning that I had in the first scenario, in the second scenario, if I were to follow the same kind of moral reasoning, I should have pushed the healthy person to the side track, onto the track from the bridge. Right? And many of you, what we could see is that it wasn't so easy to say that. So the options remain the same, right? Saving one person or saving 5 persons. I mean, less people are getting affected, more people are getting benefited. Right? Now, everything remains the same, but still, in the second scenario, I mean, the reasoning would be something like this: that even if I were to push the healthy person onto the track, right, even if it is going to benefit more people, still I just don't want to do that. Something like that. Right? There's something intrinsically unacceptable in pushing the healthy person onto the track. Now, so that's a kind of, it shows two different types of moral reason. Okay. Now, let's move away from this role scenario and let's consider this doctor scenario. Okay. Now, in this possible scenario, you are not a trolley car driver, but you are a doctor. So in the version 1, you are a doctor in an emergency room. Okay? So now 5 patients are approaching you. They are injured, but not so severely injured. Okay. And if you treat them, they will be safe. Now suddenly, one person comes in, another patient, and who is so much injured. And if you don't treat him, he will die. And the situation is like, if you treat these 5 persons, then this one person will die. And if you spend time for this one person, then the other 5 will die. So most of us would say that, as also assume that we don't have any background information about all those 5 persons. So most of us would say that, yeah, I need to save those 5 persons. I need to focus on those 5 persons rather than this one person. Right. So there's no much difficulty in making that particular judgment. Save those 5 persons instead of this one, because it's like more people are getting benefited through my action. Now, we can again change the situation. It's like now the second version of the doctor scenario. You are not a doctor in emergency room, but you are a doctor. But you are a transplant surgeon. Right? Now, there are 5 patients with you, and all of them need 5 different organs to survive. So let us say that one needs lung, the other one needs the pancreas, or the other one needs the kidney, so the other one needs a heart. Like that, these 5 different persons would need different organs to survive. And if the surgery doesn't happen, then all of them will die. Now, suddenly you find that there's a healthy person sitting in another room, and you can make him unconscious and remove those different 5 organs and give it to these 5 persons and save these 5 persons. Now, would we do that?
That is not allowed, no. It is not allowed.
Okay. Yes, so it's not allowed, right? It's not allowed. In the sense, like, there's something intrinsically wrong in performing that particular action, right? There is something that is clearly unacceptable. Well, I mean, if I were to do that, then more people will be benefited, no doubt about it. Because 5 persons will be saved. Only 1 person will be suffering. Right? But there's some difficulty in accepting the kind of moral reasoning that I had in the previous scenario. Somehow the number matters, that more people have to be benefited. So through my actions, more people should more people should be happy. Right? But if I were to, in some sense, I am unable to apply the same moral reasoning in the second scenario. Not only that, if I were to apply, I find myself as doing something that is morally unacceptable. Right? So there is something intrinsically wrong. So if you look at now in both possible scenarios, if you look at the second versions, I mean, the kind of moral reasoning that we have is this, that there's something intrinsically wrong. There's something really unacceptable, just not allowed to do such kind of things. Right? Whereas in the previous, I mean, if you consider the first versions of these scenarios, it is quite easy to say that, yeah, number matters. I mean, my action should, at the end of the day, result in making more people happy. Right? Quite easy to say that. Right? So now, if we, from this, if we look at these 2 different responses, right, to version 1 and version 2 of each scenarios, if you look at the 2 different responses of this to these scenarios, it represents 2 types of moral reasoning. So, let me show this. So, it indicates 2 ways of thinking about morality. So one is consequentialist moral reasoning. The other one is a categorical moral reasoning. Now, in consequentialist moral reasoning, the morality lies in the consequences of the action. So you have the action and perform the action and look at the results of the actions and then decide the morality of the action. So somehow the consequence will decide the morality of the action. So if you look at the first scenarios now, most of us, the kind of the moral reasoning that we have, most of us have, is this, that pushing the, or taking the sidetrack, that's my action, and it is going to result in some good consequences. Some more people are going to get benefit through my action. So somehow the action is performed, and then in the external world, how the consequences are going to affect and going to be affected by my action. That is a consideration. Whereas, if you, I mean, that was the that's how you can explain the kind of moral reasoning that we had in the first versions. As a doctor in an emergency room, I mean, I don't want to spend time for this one person. I want to save those 5 persons, and more people are going to get benefited because of that. So my action will result in some good consequences. So performing the action, then there are some consequences to these actions, and those consequences are going to decide the morality of the action. Whereas if we take the second kind of, look at the kind of responses that we had to second versions of each possible scenarios. Right? So many of us said, it's quite difficult to apply that same consequentialist kind of moral reasoning in the second scenarios. So somehow, our response is like this. So there's something intrinsically wrong in pushing the healthy person onto the drug. There is something intrinsically wrong in removing the 5 different organs from one person and giving it to other 5 people. Of course, the results are going to be really excellent because more people are going to be benefited. Nonetheless, I just don't want to do that. I just want simply, I say that it is morally unacceptable. Now if I were to say, the other way to say same thing is to say that, just categorically something is wrong with pushing the healthy person onto the track or removing the 5 different organs from one person to giving it to others. There is something categorically wrong. Something, irrespective of the results that the actions could have had on others, irrespective of that, there's something intrinsically wrong in performing certain actions. There's something categorically wrong, right? So now, such kind of moral reasoning, known as categorical moral reasoning. Categorical moral reasoning. Okay. So, as it is mentioned there, categorical moral reasoning locates morality on the certain absolute moral principle or certain categorical duties and rights. So, irrespective of the benefits, irrespective of the results, irrespective of the consequences, certain actions are intrinsically, categorically wrong. So these are the 2 different types of moral reasoning that we could consider. Now, to explain this further, any questions on this?
Mr.
an observation that the second category is also, you can also land in jail. That also would be a.
Okay, so I mean, my moral reasoning, if I were to say that, well, the only reason for me to not to push the healthy person or to remove those 5 different organs from one person, the only reason for me is to is that I know that I will end up in a jail. There will be some legal consequences. So now, if I were to say that, then again, that becomes a consequential moral reason. Yes. If that's a reason that I have to not to do such kind of things, then yes, again, it's a consequential. But if I were to say that, I mean, it doesn't matter whether I go to jail or not. Okay. There's something intrinsically wrong or something that is categorically unacceptable, then there is a categorical moral reason. Now, somehow this has to get connected to the speech things. So we will. So I think that part, the involvement from your side also is required. So, how to explain this further? So let us look at that. So what is happening here is like, I mean, this is a normative ethics. So if you look at the way we responded to those scenarios, I mean, our question was this, that what are the norms based on which I would make a moral judgment? Right? Or what are the conditions based on which I would make a moral judgment? That's a question. So that's called normative ethics. So look at the term, that normative ethics. So normative ethics provides norms of morality. So here, so for consequentialist, what is the norm? Consequences are the norms. You look at this is a rule. Look at the consequences of the action, then decide the morality of the action. Now, for one who accepts the categorical moral reasoning would, I mean, mostly they would have kind of reasoning of this sort, that if there are things that are intrinsically wrong, then those things are intrinsically wrong based on some intrinsic moral or absolute moral principles. So the categorical, one who accepts the categorical moral reasoning would end up in having some certain absolute moral principles. So again, they provide norms of morality. None of this, whether it is normative ethics or any other kind of ethics within this, I mean, they are not worried about providing rules. They don't prescribe rules. But it provides a reason why certain rules have to be accepted. So basically, these kinds of theories fall within a particular ethics called normative ethics. So if we consider ethics as a whole, again it can be categorized into its problems into different, 3 different areas, like meta-ethics, normative ethics, and applied ethics. So this one, whatever we have discussed, it falls within normative ethics. So what is the norm of morality? Someone would say that it's the consequences. Other might say that it is not the consequences that matter in deciding the morality of the actions, but it is the certain categorical rights or categorical principles. So this is called normative ethics. Right? Now, apart from normative ethics, we have meta-ethics. So, to indicate the difference, doesn't matter what moral principles are there, but if I were to ask the question like, is moral responsibility, can I attribute moral responsibility in a meaningful manner? Now, this question becomes significant when, suppose, if I were to be worried about questions like, is world deterministic or not? Now, if the situation is deterministic, then there's no point in saying that I am morally responsible, because I'm just part of that deterministic world. So, is morality possible at the end of the day? No, that's a different kind of question, which falls within meta-ethics. So it is about ethics. It is about ethical properties. Right? So suppose if I were to say that, ask the question, now consider different moral judgments. Like Mr. X is a good person, or that particular action from Mr. X is morally good or morally bad. Now look at those statements. What kind of statements are those? Now, this is not a normative ethical question. It is purely a meta-ethical question. Right? Whereas, if I were to ask now, are certain things acceptable within developing a particular technology, then that becomes an applied ethical question. So, the kind of discussions that we had is mostly falls within applied ethics, because it is concerned with a particular privacy or trust issue within a particular technology. Now, here, this type of ethics falls within normative ethics. So, now, how this will get connected to some applied ethical questions that we will see. Now, to explain this further, let's see what is happening within consequentialist moral reasoning. So, the moral assessment of X is based on the effect of X. So, as we said, the moral assessment of a particular action depends on the effect that the action produces. So, I think this is straightforward. Now, this can again get into two different kinds of types of normative ethical principles. So, if the action is useful, then it is morally good, right? Something like that. Now, the action being useful for whom? So, an act being useful for myself, I can say that. So, whatever is useful for me is morally acceptable. If I were to accept such kind of a moral reasoning. Now, that is known as some kind of ethical egoism. So, selfish motives are given more priority. So, whatever is moral should satisfy my selfish motives. Different way to answer that question is to say that, an action, you see the consequences of the action and see how maximum number of the people are getting benefited out of it. Right? So that becomes utility. So if I were to say that an action is morally acceptable if it benefits maximum number of the people, then it becomes utilitarian. So in some sense it's altruistic, because not just me, but more people, or the maximum number of people are in consideration when in the utility. So now, to do any of this, first we should have an idea about intrinsic good and instrumental something instrumentally good. Yeah. So let us say something is intrinsically good if and only if that is good in itself. So X is good, intrinsically good, if it is good in itself, not because that it is good because of something else. We'll see some of the examples here. Now, something is instrumentally good if it is good for because of something else. So now what is intrinsically good and what is instrumentally good might vary for these ethical frameworks. Right. So to explain morality further, and we need to first define or accept or see what is intrinsically good. Now, suppose, so could anyone think of an example for something that is intrinsically good and instrumentally good?
Honesty. Honesty.
Honesty is instrumentally good or
No, intrinsically.
intrinsically good? Why do you say that it is intrinsically good?
Because it is intrinsically good. There is no other thing. You are being honest. You are being integrated to someone. There is no need for reason.
Okay, so what would be something that is instrumentally good?
Money.
Okay, yeah, money is like, I mean, as far as it can be used.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, its goodness depends on whether it can be used or not. Right? Now, any other example? Intrinsically good.
Intrinsically or instrumentally, thinking in that way is not correct. Thinking intrinsically good or instrumentally good is not that. What my core principles, core ethics, which have been imbibed right from the birth. So if we work on those guidelines, so it's always intrinsically good and instrumentally good. So in goodness you cannot distinguish, it is intrinsic or instrumental. So there will be line. So if we act as per our inbuilt principles, inbuilt guidelines, which are not something maybe taught by the parents, maybe teachers, maybe society. So these are evolved things. So once it is evolved, so there will be no line between intrinsically good or instrumentally good.
Okay.
That's my idea.
Okay. Yeah, I think this distinction is quite basic in that manner. In some sense, unless we accept this distinction, I think, because there's no way that that these two distinctions, that distinction has to be there. So, for example, now if we depend on the, how utilitarians would explain, yeah, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say there is intrinsic and extrinsic, the difference is there because if I lie and then that lie is going to save somebody else's life, in that particular context, that lie becomes a good thing, right? Like if that would...
Why do you like?
Because that might save somebody's life. Let's say we are a Nazi regime and I'm hiding a Jew and somebody like the police, the people come and then they ask, like, is there somebody there? I say no. So would you say is that a bad thing to say no there, to lie there?
In principle,
That's what, like in that situation, did I do something wrong?
Wrong right is not my.
No, I'm just asking you, I'm not asking you to define wrong, I'm just asking you, in that situation, would you say I did something wrong?
I should not take a decision whether it is right or wrong. I should follow my principles.
No, that's okay. Just like, so would you, so you would say what I did there is wrong? Or would you say it's valueless, it has no value?
If you lie, definitely it is wrong.
So if I lie, if I tell that the person, if I say, okay, there is some person, and then the person get killed because of what I did, then what about that?
In that situation, if it is on the right side, if the scenario is on the right side, you can lie. There is no problem.
Yes, so that's how the instrumental value comes. It's not intrinsically, it's because in that situation, because of the consequences, it gets a value. So there is so you agree that there is instrumental goodness then.
Define properly, this is intrinsic and this is instrumental. It depends on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it depends on the situation, but that distinction is still there. Situation in the sense like maybe what is being considered as intrinsically good might be something that would be considered as intrinsically good by some other person. But there are certain things which are clearly intrinsically and which are clearly instrumentally good. So in the case of money, I mean, just having the money, unless it leads to some other things, then it's useless. So its goodness lies that in the sense that it is instrumental to something else.
Some medicines, some bitter medicines can be considered instrumentally good, say, good for health. They are not tasty, but they are good for health.
Yeah, medicines, I mean, bitter medicines, yeah. Even if it were to be, one could say that even if it were to be sweet, still, I mean, it's good. It is in the sense that it is instrumental to, to address the kind of problems that I have. So that is instrumentally good in that sense. So it's not that unless, I mean, we are not seeking it, or we are not after any medicine unless we have any trouble. So now, actually, if we consider utilitarians, own example, we can still make sense of this distinction. So now, what utilitarians would say that, especially Jeremy Bentham, now he would say that happiness or pleasure is something that is intrinsically good. Now, the kind of reason that he would have is this, that you look at the kind of, what's the most significant consideration that you have prior to making any decision. So, prior to performing any particular action. Right? Now, whether that action is leading to happiness or pleasure, whether that particular action reduces the pain. So, this particular consideration is there. So, it doesn't make much sense to say that I prefer to perform certain actions that gives me pain. So mostly we seek pleasure and we try to avoid pain. So in some sense, pleasure is something that is intrinsically good for utilitarians. Pleasure. So we seek pleasure and avoid pain. So what he says is he regards them as sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. Right? Pain and pleasure. So sovereign masters in the sense that they determine my actions. Pain and pleasure say what action I should perform in that sense. Right? So now pleasure is something that is intrinsically good for a utilitarian. So everything else is sought for the sake of pleasure. Right? Everything else is sought for the sake of pleasure. Now, if we take the deontologist, then they would say that this is something else that is intrinsically good. Okay, so we'll see that. So so is pleasure? So what is intrinsically good for a utilitarian? It's a pleasure. Everything else is instrumental. So I consider everything else in the sense that whether that leads to pleasure or not. So whether the performance of this particular action, whether that leads to happiness or not. This is what, that's how the pleasure becomes something that is intrinsically good. Does that make sense? So now, so how would a utilitarian explain the morality of the action? So an action is morally right if and only if that action maximizes the utility. Maximizes the utility. You know, the question is, what is utility? Then one would say that utility is the balance of a pleasure or a pain. So you try to reduce the pain and maximize the pleasure. So each one has this tendency. Yeah. So yes. So So what they have is a principle of utility, which is something like this: the greatest good for the greatest number. So what is moral is, so look at the kind of reasoning that we have. I mean, I should take the side track to save those 5%. So in some sense, given that situation, I am satisfying the requirement of a maximum number. So maximizing the utility. So my consequence of the action is that it is going to be useful for many people. So what is moral is nothing but what is going to satisfy more number of people. Right? So that is utilitarianism. But there are some problems with this kind of this way of thinking about morality. So easily one could say that, you can think of a situation where one small group of minorities is suffering for the sake of majority. Well, would that be morally acceptable or not? So some extreme cases can be considered just to think, just to see whether this is morally acceptable or not. So there is a story, this sort. So the one who walked away from Pomelas. So it's a story by Ursula Le Guin. What the story says is nothing but this, that in the city, okay, there's a city of Pomelas, and in the city there are painful life of a child. Just assume that if the city has a cellar, and in the cellar a child is locked up and she's having a very painful life. And if the child is, is allowed to have a decent life, then the prosperity of the city comes down. Right? Now, more people are happy because this just one person is suffering. Right? Now, is this morally acceptable? So, if we go by the utilitarianism, often then that's kind of utilitarianism. So, an action is morally right if it maximizes the utility, if it brings maximum happiness for the maximum number of the people. Now, here is an action. The action is that the little child is allowed to undergo that painful life, right? But somehow, it's something like we are unable to say that it is morally acceptable because, like, more people are really suffered because of, more people are getting benefited just because of this suffering of the one person. Now, is this acceptable? It satisfies the principle that an action is morally right if and only if that action maximizes the utility, if and only if that action is beneficial for maximum number of the people. So now the little child in the city of Novelas, so it is having, the child is having very painful life, and if you remove the, if she is allowed to have a decent life, then the prosperity of the city will come down. So what would be morally acceptable here? Is it, should we allow the little child to be in the painful life? But that goes against the utilitarian principle of this law, that an action is morally right if and only if that action is useful for maximum number of the people. So, I think there is something wrong in accepting that. Right? There is something wrong in accepting that. Now we can consider a different case. So, promise making, right? The act of promise making. Now, when I make a promise, normally it is accepted that I should keep it. Right? Now, following Bentham's utilitarianism, I can say that in a given situation, if it is useful for many, then I can just break it. I can break the promise whatever I have made. So would that be acceptable in a given scenario? What would you say? So it's not very problematic. Like easily we can say that in a given scenario, because many are not getting affected. One might say that I can break the promise. Would we accept it? Would we accept that? There is some trouble in saying that, you ought to break the promises if it is required, being adopted in my common sense morality, because it has to do with the trust. So, yeah, there is, I mean, in its this type of utilitarianism has some terms. So it's like an action is morally right if and only if that action maximizes the utility, or if and only if that action brings maximum happiness for the maximum amount of people. Now, this has some problem, right? So that's quite visible in little child's case, right? So just for the sake of the benefit of more people, one person is suffering. Something is unacceptable thing. Or breaking the promises. So I ought to break the promises whenever it is required, being adopted into my common sense morality. So there is something wrong in something counterintuitive in saying that. Right? So how to address this now? There's someone else called J.S. Mill. He revised this utilitarianism, and he said that we should maximize the utility, but we should see the utility in the long run. Right? So, and more importantly, we should never reconcile or compromise the individual rights of the other person. So what is happening in the case of a little child? Somehow the little child's fundamental right is violated. And we shouldn't do that. We should respect the individual rights or fundamental rights of other persons. And the reason to respect the other person's individual right or fundamental right is this, that in the long run it would maximize the utility. Right? So what happens with the promise making case that so I can have two rules. I ought to keep the promise. That's one rule. The other rule is I ought to break the promise if it is required. Now, the Bentham's kind of utilitarianism might say that, yeah, whenever it is required, you just break it, because now the morality of the action simply depends on the fact that performance of a particular action, how that action is going to maximize the utility. Right? Now, when it comes to J.S. Mill, he would say, no, it's not so easy to get accepted. It's not so easy to accept this moral, this that I ought to break the promise whenever it is required. In our common sense morality, it is not so easy. Look at the situation. Now, suppose if we all had accepted this as a moral rule, I ought to break the promises whenever it is required, then in the long run, it is not going to maximize the utility, because we will end up in some kind of a trust issue. We wouldn't be able to trust others whenever they make promises. That's the reason. So in the long run, well, it is not going to maximize the utility. So our focus should be on maximizing the utility in the long run. Okay. So now, therefore, some rules have to be introduced where the individual rights of the persons are not violated. So, so that's why and the Mill's utilitarianism would accept some kind of a rule, would be known as some kind of rule. So they would say an action is morally right if and only if that action is consistent with a certain moral rule. And an acceptance of a moral rule is justified based on the utility that it produces. So rules have a specific status in a rule, utilitarianism. So yeah. So what's the time?
10:20.
10. Okay. No. Okay. So now, just to recapitulate what we were doing till now. So we started off with those two possible scenarios, right? And in one, we could see that easily we could adopt certain kind of a moral reasoning known as consequentialism. In the second case, we could see that there is something called a categorical moral reasoning. So we'll see what is categorical moral reasoning. But when we what is consequentialism? What consequentialism says is this: should we break for some time? Okay. Yeah. So what the consequentialist would say, the morality lies in the consequences of the action. Right? So you look at the consequences and then decide the morality of the action. So within consequentialism, we could see there is something like I could say that the consequences are good for me, then it is ethical egoism. And if I were to say the consequences has to be good for maximum number of the people, then it is a utilitarianism. Right? So the utilitarians would say that an action is morally right if and only if that action maximizes the utility. Right? If and only if that action is useful for maximum number of the people. Right? Then there is some issue in accepting utilitarianism in that fashion, that you could easily see that someone is suffered for the sake of majority. So such kind of situations would be justified, morally justified. Now, to avoid that, J.S. Mill came up with this rule utilitarianism, where he says that we should have rules, and the rules should should take into account the individual rights of the persons, or the fundamental rights of the persons. So, which that individual rights or fundamental rights cannot be violated. And the reason to have such rules is that in the long run it will maximize the utility. Okay, so that's why we have something like rule utilitarianism and.
So these are the two schools of thought, no? Utilitarianism and consequentialism.
Utilitarianism comes, comes within consequentialism. So if you take consequentialism, I can say that an action is morally acceptable if it is useful for me. That's also an explanation with regard to the morality of the action. So that becomes kind of theory where selfish motives are given priority. Whereas in a utilitarianism, the morality of the action is explained in terms of usefulness of the action for maximum number of people. So that's now to justify certain matters within speech technology. Now, would we go for utilitarianism? So, like we could say that, like Now, if you take the speech technology, which heavily depends on the speech processing. Right? Now, inevitably, it will involve the collection of data. Otherwise, it wouldn't make much. I mean, at least some part of the speech processing would involve collection of speech data. Now, is it would one justify the collection of the speech data of a person based on the utility that it brings to the society? One could think in that line. So, but so eventually all these discussions should hope it will lead to discussing such kind of problems. Yes. Yeah. So now quickly we will run through this beyond the earth. Now this, if you remember. If you were to look at the kind of responses that you had against second versions of the possible scenario, what we said is this, that there are certain actions which are intrinsically wrong, which are absolutely wrong. So deontologists would accept something similar to that. Okay. So how to explain their position? First of all, they will have some, the deontologists are not happy with the utilitarians. So what they would say, deontologists would say is this: each and every human being deserves respect. And since each of them deserves respect, each one's fundamental rights or preferences or interests should also be respected. So now one question could be asked, that why do I think that I deserve respect? Suraj, why do you think that you deserve respect? And why do I have this expectation that I deserve respect?
That is a basic element which should be given to each and every individual. Not only me, each and everybody. You know?
Okay.
Respect should be the first level, and things like the fundamental requirements like food, clothing, shelter, and all should come above that. So below that itself, the respect should be there.
Okay. So
it's the most fundamental thing
okay.
Any living being deserves.
Okay. So you would say that it is, it has to be earned, or the zero. So, but even otherwise also, would it be?
I'm telling in the real time.
Even in a real time situation.
We don't.
Normally
I'm saying.
I never knew you before. When all this came into picture, like in this particular course. But it's not that you earned the respect. When I saw you, I respected you, or vice versa. So I also have this thing that I should be respected.
Whether somebody has joined this Gyan course or not, everybody should be respected.
It doesn't have to, it is not connected with
No. So that is the decision.
Okay.
So just because he has walked into this Gyan course, should he be respected?
No.
He said respect should be earned. He has joined Gyan course. So has he earned respect for it? Respect is basic. It has to be
yes. So it's like, even if Suraj wouldn't have joined for this. I mean, it has nothing to do. So, yeah.
Like according to the psychologist also Abraham Maslow, like there are basic physiological needs. In the same way, we have self-esteem needs.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so this self-esteem comes to every individual, like by birth. You don't have to be a intellectual or a professor or a student or a surgeon to earn respect. Even a basic individual like a baby also has certain amount of self-esteem. It should be given to by birth.
Okay. Okay. So philosophically, how would we explain? Yeah, I mean, we all, I mean, feel about ourselves and about others also that that this respect has to be there. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that that I'm okay even if others were not to respect me. Like even if I were to say that, most of us wouldn't say that. Would anyone of you prefer? I mean,
Respect is the fruit of work.
fruit of a
Work. It comes from work. Respect is, the roots of respect are lying in the work.
work.
Yes.
Okay.
So, if I work, so the fruits may be different. Sometimes I may get respect, sometimes I may not get, but work is important. So, when I work, I should not worry about respect. So, respect is the thing
Yes.
which I should not bother.
Okay. But just because of that, would I say that I'm okay? I mean, if nobody's respecting us, like respect is not a, it doesn't have to be so fundamental that way. Would I say that?
Yeah, fundamental respect is a thing not to bother. Fundamentally, we have to bother about the work.
Okay.
If I work, respect may come or may not come. If I work, it is enough. Matter ends there.
So, let me
Just want to
say.
add up this point. We cannot give the respect like who is a criminal or something. That is a different situation. If we done something bad to the society,
Okay.
we
So,
not of the person who is
okay.
should take the respect.
Okay. So,
That is what I just want to say.
you
It
are,
has to be earned by doing the
but
whatever the deed,
so that kind of example I had, like, I mean,
the training.
no,
The
I mean, I never knew and you never knew. Like, we just had a mutual respect.
Yes, that is true. So, but if we know the person, some XYZ person is not like he's a criminal. Like how should I give respect? Even though he expecting the respect from others. That is not the person I'm supposed to respect.
Even there is a respect. There is a basic human respect.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He may think that I'm gonna respect him, but it will be my.
See, I think when you say respect, you're thinking about like a certain kind of thing looking up to. That's not what we're talking about, right? Respect is like the basic thing.
I mean, when you can understand respect as something that you respect your elders. I think it's the way in which we have been taught the word respect is a little bit tricky there. You respect your elders, you respect your seniors. Like it's looking up to something. It's not that really. Respect is actually like you respect a child, like a newborn child. You respect. It's so even if it's a criminal, there is a reason why there are rules in a jail. Like if they are treated well, they ought to treat well. I mean,
If somebody harms me something, how should I?
see,
Even though he's a very good person, like he's a very prestigious person in society.
so for example,
But he he take a bulldozer and destroy my home. Then how should we be respectful person?
it's like making sure that this person receives the consequences of his or her actions are different from being disrespectful. When you're making sure that I am a criminal and I get punished, that is not you being disrespectful towards me. So I think confusing.
That's the reason why I changed the scenario. Like he harmed me.
Yeah, we need to make sure that he get punished. That's
in a respectful way.
Yes. I mean,
So
that is why we have laws. Like you can't, just because somebody came and hit you, you cannot go hit him back. That
So each one of us, whether we are doing good or bad, at least we would say that we are kind of, what to say, and I don't want to say entities. We are kind of, we are respectable, right? So each person is respectable, whether I am doing good or bad to you. There is some, it's not the way you look at me and the way you look at a rock that is beside the road. It's not the same. Right? So some basic, this feeling is there. That otherwise we would have said, would we say that I am okay to be used by others? I am okay to be used by others. I don't like to be used by others. That's what most of us would say. Right? So there is some aspect of respect. Everyone deserves respect. So this feeling as it was pointed out that way, so quite fundamental. Now, why it is there, may not be a concern here, but it is there. So now, could I say that I can respect you, but however I don't respect your fundamental preferences or fundamental, to put it, the fundamental rights. I respect you, but however I don't respect your fundamental rights. That doesn't make any sense. So if I respect, then naturally the respect for the fundamental rights also, it is entailed in that. Now, so again we can bring that distinction between instrument, something being instrumentally good and intrinsically good. Now, can humans be considered as a mere instruments for the collective happiness of everyone? So if that's the issue with the utilitarians, that humans are my happiness, my fundamental preferences or likeness, everything matters only to the extent that how it is going to be consistent with the happiness, overall happiness or overall utility. Right? So somehow the humans are seen as instruments for the overall utility. Now, this violates the first preference, that the first thing that each and every human being deserves respect, and therefore their fundamental rights have to be respected. Now, so if you look at the little child in the city of Awareness, so it is one thing to condemn the scenario of the suffering child in the city of Awareness because it reduces overall utility, and something else to condemn it as an intrinsic moral wrong and injustice to the child. So now, what did the rule utilitarians say? That we have to respect others' fundamental rights. And what is the reason? The reason is that that will maximize the utility in the long run. Now, deontologists are not happy with that. So they would say, like, the little child deserves a decent life because it is something that is intrinsically good, right? The explaining that the little child deserves to be respected because in the long run it is going to maximize the utility doesn't make much sense here. So I should be respected, and why I should be respected? The only reason is that, or everyone has to be respected. The only reason for that is, in the long run, it is going to maximize the utility. That doesn't sound, so good. So I should be respected, or each one of us should be respected, not because that it is going to maximize the utility in the long run. Because we are respectable because we are, there's something that is intrinsically, it is not instrumental, it shouldn't be instrumental. So, I have to be respected, or my fundamental rights have to be respected, not because that it is instrumental to overall utility. So that's the first disagreement this deontologist or Immanuel Kant has against utilitarianism. Somehow their framework reduces humans into instruments. So then, So for Immanuel Kant, the reason why each one of us feel and that we should be respected is because that we have this capacity to reason. Right? And there's rationality and freedom. So, we have, we are the kind of beings who could be free in a meaningful manner. So, our capacity to reason and capacity to freedom makes us respectable. So why do I have this particular feeling? Now, the deontologists may say that it is because of this, the rationality and the freedom. Okay? So then, now, get into this. So here, again, going back to that same question, that how do we explain the morality of the action? Now, the utilitarians would say that an action is morally right if and only if that maximizes the utility. Now, for Immanuel Kant, the morality of the action cannot be explained in terms of the consequences of the action. Now, one example would be like this. So assume that I intended something that is really good. So Suraj is sitting there, and I was trying to help Suraj, and think that it is going to be, it will yield some benefit, or it is going to be useful for him. But it so happens that at the end of the day, my action turned out to produce something that is really bad for Suraj. Okay? So my intention was that I wanted to help him. But at the end, it so happens that it turned out to produce something that is really bad. Okay? So, should I have to be morally blamed. I mean, my intention was really good, but I mean, after the performance of the action, it so happened something that is really bad has happened to Suraj. Now, should I have to be morally blamed for that? He would say, yeah. But there is, I mean, it's quite difficult to I mean, attribute some moral responsibility. So, I mean, even if the consequences were to be bad, it is still difficult to say that I have to be morally blamed for it, because I actually had something that is really good for me, but my mind wanted to break. After the performance of the action, it turned out to produce something that is really bad. So somehow it looks like that I shouldn't be morally blamed. Would you accept that? Or?
We have all faced such situations in life.
Okay. Okay, we had something that is,
We were at both the ends.
Okay, okay. So consider the other situation, like, so I really intended something that is really bad for Suraj. Okay. but it turned out to produce something that is really good for me. So my intention was really bad, but it turned out to produce something that is really good. Now, I am just silent and I am expecting others to morally praise me. Would that be okay? I deserve moral respect. Yeah. So, in some sense, it's not so easy to say that I deserve moral praise for it, because I really intended something that is bad for me. So, so if you if you look at the way we assess the morality of the action, it's not, in that scenario, the consequences did not really play any role. Intended something that is really good, turned out to produce something that is really bad. Right? By looking at the intention, I would say that I shouldn't be morally blamed. Now, intended something that is really bad, but turned out to produce something that is good. The consequences were really good. So it doesn't make any much sense to say that I deserve moral praise for whatever happened. So the deontologists would say that the consequences, in such scenario, the consequences did not play any role in deciding the morality of the action. Somehow the intention, we are looking at the intention and then deciding the morality of the action. So, so that's why they would say that, the deontologists would say that consequences. What would be the reason to make such kind of moral judgments? Maybe because of this, that consequences are actually not in our control. So perform the action, and what consequences it will lead to. Now, in the external world, how it is going to affect others, it's not in my control. So I shouldn't be blamed or praised for what is not in my control. The question is, what is it that I am in my control? What could I control? So it is intending something that is intentions. So intending something that is good for sewage is under my control. I can intend something that is good. Or it is under my control to intend something that is bad for sewage. So intentions play a role, not the consequences. So that's another point where the deontologists are not happy with the neutral ethics. So you look at the consequences and then decide the morality of the action. But the consequences are not in our control. And what is not in our control cannot be the base for morality of the action. So you look at the intention and then decide the morality of the action. So if the intentions are good, then the actions are morally good. So that's the way they begin to analyze the morality of the action. So whereas the consequences or utility, it's effects. If the effects are good, the consequences are good, so the performance of the action is there, then the effect is there. You look at the effect, then decide the morality of the action. Whereas for deontologists, you look at the intention, then decide the morality of the action. So it is, it is not, for the consequences, they are not in our control. You perform the action and then the consequences are happening, and it's not, whatever the consequences are going to come up, it's not under my control. That's why, kind of example, consider that we made such kind of moral judgments. Now, so now the question is that if the intention is good, then the action is morally good. Now the question is, what is a good intention? When can I say that I have a good intention? So, frequently Suraj's case is coming into picture. So, I'm helping, so Suraj was in some need, and I help.
Selfless.
Selfless, okay. So, okay, selfless means now suppose I help, one is selfish, I help Suraj, then eventually I can get some respect from him, maybe like that, or maybe I can ask later that you do this also, something like that. Okay, so that way, that's motive is, or the intention is selfish intentions are there, right? Which is not actually a good intention. Now, let us say that it is selfless, and my reasoning would be something like this, I don't have any selfish interest. It's not going to help me at all. It might help, but I'm not worried about that. By helping Suraj, my intention is that it is going to be good for my department. So it is selfless actually, or did I say that it is selfless?
Selfless, see, you have got some, your life, your religion, your morality says that you should help him, and you have helped him without expecting anything.
Yeah, okay.
So that's a good intention. So the intentions need not be born out of some need.
Okay.
You just wanted to help him because that is your nature, you are helping.
Okay, so, yeah.
But doing good things to others also feels good. So even if you don't get like an external reward, you can get an internal reward for it. So in that sense, it's very hard to do anything selfless, because selfless things feel good.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So yeah, it's unless we what motivates us to perform certain actions might be that I would get rewarded. Right? So yes. So. Yeah, that feeling is there. Like, unless I get rewarded, because what makes all of us to perform certain actions or to do something is this feeling that I would be rewarded. So, for Immanuel Kant or for deontologists, so what happens there is that we cannot explain morality in that fashion, because again the consequences are coming in. So then what? So I do something that is good because it is going to be rewarded with the expectation, with the intention. So what would be a good, whether actually it is the case or not. The deontologist would say what is right intention, good intention, is quite simple, that I am helping someone because it is the right thing to do. It's not because that it will have some consequences or good consequences for me or for others, for maximum number of people. That's not the that doesn't make the intention good. What makes the intention good is this, that I'm performing a particular action just out of the respect for the moral code.
But I think morality is.
I feel like morality is essentially always consequential somewhere. Like it all goes back to, like, if we really think about deontology, and then it might, the other end, it will go to the role of utilitarianism or something. Like it becomes like what makes a good intention a good intention. Intention is always about something. So there is certain direction there. So it's like, okay, my intention is good because the intention itself is of that nature that it is pointing at something. My intention is good because of the consequences of it. The intention cannot be, I don't think, especially intention can have a value once you take the consequences away from it. So I feel even the deontology, non-consequentialist, categorical moralities are a little bit somewhere consequentialist when you come to. That is something that I strongly feel.
So yeah, what you are trying to say is like, so intention. It cannot be an empty intention. So intention is intention of something like. So in the ontologist's case, it would be like intention is this, that right intention. Performing something out of the respect for the moral law, or performing something because it is the right thing. Now, this itself is a consequentialist. That's what you're saying.
Yes, because its intention is not like good or pleasure. You can see a good can be like a good in itself, or pleasure can be a pleasure. Intention is never the end. It is always like it cannot be. It is not something that can be good in itself.
So if that is the case, then something like now good intention. So we can have different types of intentions. One is intention because of some selfish motive, right? That's one type of intention. Then intention like any utility will have, selfless, but again utility of the maximum of the people. Then so the other kind of intention is this, that I am intending. My intention is this, that I am performing that particular action because it is the right thing to do, or it is just out of the respect for the moral law. Now, in these three intentions, I think you would say that all of them are consequentials.
Yes, that's how I feel. All the three are consequentials in nature because it's always because of that. This is a good intention to have because we need to have respect for the rule. Like it is not good in itself in none of these cases.
Oh. So then, how I would say it's like so it is the focus is not on the right intention. The focus is on intention itself. So it's like an intention. Now, one way to explain what is an intention is only in terms of some consequences.
Yeah.
If you think about it like an intention and then you take the content of the intention and then then that becomes a proposition, right? Like this.
Okay.
Okay.
So the analysis on intention itself.
Right. So now the content of the intention is whether that is good or bad.
No, not just that content, rightness of the content of the intention, but the very right intention itself. So now I can have the analysis of the intention itself. That's one thing. Then I would say that all intentions are, it's a word something. There's no empty intentions, and in that sense it is consequentials.
Can I actually use an example? I'm losing.
Okay.
Can you use an example? So if I intend to if I intend to write the exam well, now and then I am, let's say I'm cheating. Deontologists probably might say that, oh, but it's like really, she really wanted to, the intentions were really good. So maybe would they say that?
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't, right? So now that is because, why? Yeah.
Because it's like the action itself is not right. Now, of course, there's a other part to it, but if we focus on the intention, now, so I'm cheating on the exam, right? Now, what is expected is not to cheat on the exam. Now, how would this be a right intention? It won't be a right intention. So generally what is expected is
okay, I understand. Now the action is not about passing the exam, the action is cheating on the exam, and then what are your intentions on? So I can never have, actually then if you think about it like that, I cannot have a good intention to the bad thing.
Yeah, if something is bad, it's by its very nature is bad. Within this framework, like if something is morally unacceptable, yeah.
Yeah, she's asking what about killing a terrorist?
Killing a
terrorist.
For your rules, I think for this kind of framework, they wouldn't accept. Killing it in itself is so wrong.
No. So there is a rule that you can't kill. Now there is no going against that.
So now we'll have to explain slightly more. So now what is the right intention? The ontologist would say that right intention is this, that I am performing a particular action out of the respect for the moral law. Not just worried about its consequences, how it is going to affect, none of those. So if you go back to that categorical moralism, one of the ways to extend it further is this, that, to focus on the intentions.
So basically there is only one right intention to do anything,
Yes.
anything good, that is to follow the rule, moral rule.
Yeah.
So now can we ask what makes that?
Rule. Now comes the question of something like that. So we have certain moral rules. Our common sense morality includes a lot of moral rules. So maybe you want to respect others, or I should not cheat on exams. Right? Like that, you can think of n number of rules. Now, this is not about a particular moral rule. And now, so how this moral rule how a particular rule becomes a moral. Right? Now, for this, Immanuel Kant would say we should consider something like categorical imperatives. So, what is the right intention? Right intention is that performing a particular action out of the respect for the moral law. Now, how do I know that a moral law is acceptable or not? That's another question. Now, Kant would say, so if we skip all other explanations, Kant would say that, can I universalize it? So, if it is universalizable, after I have a moral rule, and if it can be universalized, then, and after universalizing, if I don't end up in any kind of absurdity or inconsistency, then that is a moral rule. So, for example, again, Suraj is coming in the picture. So, now I'm I'm considering to help him. So, now I can say I ought to help Suraj. Right? I ought to help Suraj. Now, is it a right thing to accept? Suraj, of course, would say that it is the right thing to accept. Yeah. So, yeah, it is the right thing to accept. Now, why it is the right thing to accept? So, Kant would say, or deontologists would say, is it universalized? I ought to help. So that's planning to help him, or I'm considering to help him. Now, make a rule or a maxim from this particular action that I ought to respect him. Then universalize it. Is it possible to universalize it, and whether I would end up in any kind of absurdity or not? If I don't end up in any kind of absurdity, then it is the right thing to do. So it's very, in that sense, it is a bit abstract. So consider the other example, like the easiest one. I ought to break the promise. So now, is it universalizable? So I might say that I have a very good intention, but and the rule that I have is I ought to break the promise. Right? That's a rule. Right? Now, can I just universalize this? Can I say that everyone ought to break the promise? So, would it be possible? Why it wouldn't be possible? Why couldn't I accept that this as a rule? So I have made some promise to Suraj. Then after some time, I'm considering to break it. So that's my action. So, yeah, okay.
I think that there's, we can make rules, yes, but there is always exceptions. Whatever rule you find out, there's always be an exception where that rule is not applicable.
Now, how exceptions would work within this kind of thinking, I'm not sure about it, but if something is, this is a process, like whether it is universalizable or not. So,
if there are, that depends on what you mean by universal. Universalization. So if there are exceptions, then it's not, in my understanding of this process in applications, that it's not then universal or isolable.
Universalizable in the sense whether everyone could follow that. So, for deontologists, yeah, if something is a rule, there are no exceptions for that. Yeah. So that's it's an absolute moral principle. So, yeah, you are trying to say.
I was going to say that I was trying to respond to the question that you were asking. It wouldn't make sense to universalize it, because if you say that a promise is ought to be broken, and then the word promise will not have any meaning.
Yeah.
It will lose its meaning. It doesn't make any sense when you say a promise is to be broken means it's absurd. It loses its meaning. It's a contradiction.
It ends up in some kind of absurdity. So can I say that everyone ought to break the promises?
Yeah, it's like saying nobody need to tell the truth. Then if that's a thing, then the truth will lose its meaning. Again, I would like to point out that we are looking at the consequences here.
Okay, consequences.
Because we are looking at it, right? So it's a deontology, we are setting rules for deontology, and we are looking at the consequences. What happens when you do this? It's the consequences that decides whether it's good or bad, whether it can be a rule or not a rule.
So, consequences of this. Now, I ought to break the promise. So, it's not a consequence of a particular action. So it doesn't have to be connected with me in the external world, how the action is going to impact others. So, conceptually, is it acceptable, something like that?
Because it's a logical consequence, it's not a empirical consequence.
Yes, so if you bring that, then yes. It is not the kind of consequentialism we are discussing here. So just to again explain what deontologists are trying to say. Now, so unlike utilitarians, they don't look at the consequences of the action. So if you go back to the possible scenario that we discussed in the beginning of the class, so there, we said something is intrinsically bad in pushing the healthy person, or something is intrinsically bad in removing 5 different organs from one person and giving it to others. So how to explain this further? So the focus is not on consequences. So keeping consequences, we cannot explain that. So one of the ways to explain is just focus on the intentions, irrespective of the consequences, what the consequences are going to be there. So if the intentions are good, and if the action is universalizable, then the action is normally good. So that's the kind of approach the deontologists are, explaining morality in this fashion. So which one do you accept?
No, so these are, we should not think these are two conflicting, and in our real life we can't stick to one of these. See, China looks at utilitarian values. So whether it is mass manufacturing or even reducing coronavirus, to implement its rules, they don't mind crushing the people. The same thing we don't do. Our approach is totally opposite of that. We think like this: intention, what will be the consequence, and suppose if it is going to affect one person or so in the wrong way, we should not implement it if it is good for the majority. So decisions doesn't happen faster in a country like India. Okay, so I see when I compare this. So in our life also we have things like that when we come across some conflict. So we are usually trade off, or we take the best of both. Right? And then that we consider ourselves as morality. We define morality in our own. We imbibe from utilitarian values also. We imbibe from these intentions also, and we try to say this balances with that and that balances with this, and taking those things, then we see it the holistic view of both the eyes. We don't see from only one eye. We totally don't give up intentions, okay, and we don't even totally give up those utilitarian.
Yeah. So, but these are the two, ways to think about morality. Okay. So one is utilitarian, one is deontology. Okay, I think we'll wait for the tea. Thank you.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ
ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ
ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ರಿ
ಎರಡು ಗಂಟೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ
ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು 195 ಆಯಿತು 3 ತಾಸು 200 ತಾಸು ಮೇಲೆ 2 ತಾಸು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 2 ಅವರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟು 195 ಸಾಕು
ಇದನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ
ಓಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ
Romantic.
I want to waste time.
Hello?
I want to waste time.
Yeah.
She's rowdy, but only
light please.
അതായത് പള്ളി അവിടുന്ന് വല്ലപ്പള്ളി ഏറ്റവും ആദ്യം വന്ന സെൻറ് മേരീസ് ചർച്ചിൽ ഒരു കുരിശുപള്ളി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ കുരിശുപള്ളിയുടെ തൊട്ടടുത്താണ്. പള്ളി ആ കുരിശുപള്ളിയുടെ തൊട്ടടുത്താണ്. കുരിശുപള്ളി നമുക്ക് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേനും വൈപ്പിൽ ചന്തയിൽ നിന്ന് മല്ലപ്പള്ളിയിലോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേനും കുരിശുപള്ളി വരും. അതിന് തൊട്ടടുത്താണ്. വൈപ്പിൽ ചന്തയിൽ നിന്ന് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേനും ആ കുരിശുപള്ളിയുടെ തൊട്ട് മുന്നേ ഉണ്ട്. രണ്ട് വീടുണ്ട്, മേളിലും താഴെയാണ്. മേളിലും ഉണ്ട്. ക്ലിയർ ആയ ലോസ്റ്റ് ആയ
എക്സെപ്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. എക്സെപ്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. എക്സെപ്ഷൻസ് വെച്ചിട്ട് അതിനെ മുഴുവനായിട്ട് തള്ളികളാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല.
ഫ്രെയിം
just photo I took.
Okay.
He used to see my almost brother.
Okay.
His name is Vidhu Thomas.
Oh.
Changanasheri, Mandikad, family Mandikad. Interesting similarity.
So yeah. So maybe trying to apply whatever we had discussed.
Yeah.
So maybe slightly little more discussion of how we can.
Yeah. I'm finding it difficult to choose how much I should comment. Because I know that as a teacher, in the course, I can easily become dominant so that maybe others will speak.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay. You can just okay. So yeah, some more. So did I reach out or was it so boring? So deontology or utilitarianism? Both. Both wouldn't be possible actually. One is inconsistent with the other.
somewhere in between.
Somewhere in between, okay. So is the idea?
Idea is deontology. Okay. So, and applies to everybody, so utilitarianism is also there. So, both. Okay. The idea is deontology. You had a good intention to pass on knowledge, to give a good presentation, conduct a good Gyan course with rich content and rich material.
good.
Hmm?
Intention is good. The consequences you have to wait for the.
Okay. With this, specifically with regard to this course. Okay.
So intentions also are right.
Intentions.
Intentions also are right. Depends on perspective, right? I mean, what might be a good intention to you might not be a good intention to me. Also, there is also that perspective that comes in, the dilemma that comes in. I mean, like throughout the history, right? I mean, it kind of happened over and over again. I mean, even take an East India Company for an example, right? When East India Company colonized India, right? Their intention was to boost the EBITDA of their company. Intention is good, but I mean we kind of provoked against it. Our intention is also good. The problem is, I mean, intention is also a little subjective, right? I mean, what might be a good intent for you might not be a good intent for me, basically. So,
Okay.
therein lies I mean, it has been repeating over and over again throughout the centuries, right? So,
Okay. Yes. So intentions can be from considering which intentions are good.
correct.
That might vary from person to person.
And also one thing also, right? Intention also is really an intrinsic feeling as well. Intrinsic feeling as well. Intention. I mean, you always have. I mean, like Sir said, right? I mean, it is without any self-rewarding mechanism, right? I mean, the intentions also are a little bit problematic there as well. So.
Okay. So it's like, I mean, somehow the reward part should come together with the.
No. I'm not saying that, right? I mean, see, you have to trust the process. I mean, whatever you're doing, right? I mean, in terms of your morality, right? You have to trust the process and carry on. I mean, result doesn't matter. I mean, result doesn't matter. But the problem with intentions, I mean, just intentions, right? What may be correct to me might not be correct to you. Yeah. Even from an intention perspective, I'm not even talking about actions, right? Just from an intention perspective, I might have meant respect to you, right? But you might have easily perceived it as a disrespect from an intention perspective.
Okay. Yeah. So the variations in intentions, yeah. I mean, yes. Not the variations in the intentions. The variation in the considering which intentions are
correct.
Might, yeah. That is possible. Yes. Anybody else so that's right. Now to explain the morality of certain things, now the deontologist has to fix on some right intention. So you can have different. I mean, people can have variations among intentions. But what would be the right intention? So he would say, you are performing certain action just for the sake of performing it, irrespective of that. So that's the intention I have. So irrespective of what effect that that particular action would have, irrespective of that, and perform a particular action. So yeah, so two different frameworks. Now, yeah, how to bring it to this speech processing scenario. That's one thing. Okay, so. So here, would I be right in saying this? So if any speech technology, I mean, is heavily dependent on some speech processing. Speech, like you like saying that. Basically the functioning of speech technology would be dependent on some speech processing. So then, we can think of at least these different 3 stages in the speech processing. I don't know about the speech process, so I think if I'm making a mistake, you should be correct. So first input, second processing, and then output. So minimally I think we could say this. So first, there is something called input stage, the collection of the data which are in the form of spoken items of a given speaker. So that could be regarded as the first stage, where the data is collected. Right? So maybe the acquisition of data, speech data. And maybe I would also be right in saying that this speech data can go through at least different 3 stages. First input, then processing, and output. The processed speech is being released for some purpose. So, the second stage, the processing stage, the manipulation of the collected speech through some synthesizing the data. Now, I don't know what is happening within that with very, very, very minimal understanding. And I'm not sure whether I'm wrong in making this particular claim also. Yeah. So the second processing stage, anyway, processing should happen through some synthesizing, but I don't know what would be that. Then after the processing, the third stage, processed speech, you can't keep it idle. But it is for certain purpose. It might be released to some people. Right? So if there is anything wrong in that, you should point it out. Third output stage, what results from the speech processing phenomenon. Processed speech or spoken item reaching a modulation, making an impact. So now, processed speech goes out and parasite hits somebody and it makes an impact. Right? So this much I think should be all right to say about the speech processing phenomenon. So these are 3 different stages. Now, each stage, we could see each stage as having some relation with some agent. So input module stage as having some relation with some more agent, some specific relation. Then similarly, with regard to the output, we could say that this particular module or stage is having some relation with some more. Now, what that relation? We don't know, but it is a relation. Maybe in the input stage, if my speech data is collected, then through some mechanism, then between that and me, some relation could be thought of, in the sense that this my speech which is being covered. Hope that is also fine. That claim also is okay. Then suppose after processing the speech item, assume that I am the moral agent and that the least speech is making some impact on me. Then there is some kind of a relation between this particular output module or stage and me. Some relation I could feel that. So now, if we have this, then I can just make a very trivial point. The claim is very trivial, and it is the output. We can have output confined relation and input confined ethical problem. So output confined ethical problem and input confined ethical problem. Now under the input confined ethical problem, the collection of the speech data becomes a relevant ethical issue. Now under the output confined relation or ethical problem, maybe the kind of impact that the released speech has on me, what it forces me to do. Right? So that has some ethical concerns. So we can generally, so I could say this, that the way the input confined relation impacts a moral agent is different from the way output confined relation impacts a moral agent. So the consistent and frequent when the speech, when the released speech data has an effect on me. Whether it will alter my behavior or not. Now, it can be considered as an ethical, at least some kind of ethical concern that one could think of. So, yeah. Now how to, one of the ways to justify the collection of, the entire working mechanism of speech processing, maybe accepting some teleological explanation, saying that the speech data is collected, processed, and released to satisfy some purpose. Right. So, the certain speech data is collected for some purpose or goal. So, maybe the purpose is to just satisfy some human requirements. Right. Now, that's a way to justify, maybe one of the ways to justify the collection of speech data. Right. But one could think of this teleological path. So, speech data is collected. Now, it is processed and it is released for certain purpose.
Sorry, what is teleology? I've never heard this term.
Which one? Teleology. Teleology is like I'm explaining certain things in terms of a purpose.
Purpose.
Okay. So, how do speech, collection of speech data itself is problematic. It has some ethical concerns here. Now, how would I be able to justify, give a moral justification for the collection of speech data? So, that privacy concern is just one element. There could be other issues. Privacy issues slightly easier to get into this kind of discussions. So, yeah. So now teleological in the sense like the collection of speech data. I mean, I justify the collection of this speech data, keeping some purpose or a goal in my mind, and that purpose or goal is maybe it is just to satisfy the human requirements. Right. One way to justify the collection of speech data. So, yeah. So in that sense, the entire range of speech processing phenomena assumes a teleological part. So speech is collected, processed, and released for some purpose. So if the purpose isn't there, then there is no point in that. There's no point in any kind of a speech processing. It's like speech processing in itself. I'm not sure whether it is adding any value. It is to satisfy certain human requirements. So now, So now with regard to the So one thing what we could say is the processing of speech data is morally acceptable only to the extent that the processing avoids both input and output confined ethical issues. So again, not a big point or I mean what is trivially implicitly what we understand about the phenomenon. I'm just making it essence. Now so we will discuss this maybe. Now the question comes. So deontology or utility. So how to justify? I mean, if we focus on collection of the data, how would we be able to justify maybe the entire use of speech technology? Would it be based on some utilitarian framework, or would it be based on some deontology? So whether it is morally justified or not, and it has an impact on the technology itself is a different question. But in general, what framework could one use?
Probably deontology. I mean, I'm saying it with a reason, right? So basically you're right. I mean, like the purpose of any research, for instance, right, it's kind of trying to push the boundary so that it can be useful in the longer run, basically. So, I mean, collecting, understanding, and processing the speech data, right, will serve a greater purpose in the longer run. So probably.
So that's utilitarian.
That's right, utilitarian. So rule based. I mean, like utilitarian.
Rule utilitarian.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anyone else? Maybe you could consider one of the, so the question is very extremely general, which one could be? So maybe like speech data, you could consider, collection of the speech data.
deontology might be more useful for the data collection because, like, when you look at this greater good of the maximum people, what kind of good are we, hoping people to have? It's. I feel like it's better to have like specific do's and don'ts. Like always protect personal data. Like no matter if that's going to help a lot of people get really good access to or really good some facility. Is it all right to compromise your personal privacy if it will give some better facilities for a lot of people? I feel uncomfortable with that kind of an arrangement. So I think deontology could be useful in protecting people and their privacy and their data to an extent. Otherwise, it's easier to sort of manipulate and twist it and use it to make money or I don't know. So.
You will cancel both. Yeah. You can take that.
We have to consider both of them before we do some action, we take an action. We have to think what will be the consequences before taking action.
So one thing is both is mutually exclusive. Is deontology consequences. I would be in a position to accept some of the assumptions of deontology.
Yeah, just a face of two coin two faces. We have to be considered sometimes and sometimes not.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah.
I want to ask, so if we apply the deontological view to collecting speech data, and so deontology, from your slide, I gather that it implies that collecting speech data has privacy and has the potential for privacy violations, but don't people take consent forms? Don't people sign consent forms before they give up their speech data? So, I don't understand what the problem with applying the deontological view to data collection is.
So one thing is the collection of the very speech data itself. Now, even after taking consent, would a deontologist say that it is okay that I have taken the consent? No. And therefore, there is no issue with collecting speech data, any data. It's difficult for the deontologist to justify it. It is so because, yeah.
I also think when you take consent, you don't take consent for everything that you're going to do with this. You're taking an umbrella consent, and mostly people don't understand what they are consenting to. Maybe like an engineer or a data scientist understand what they are consenting to, but people don't. Like a normal person might not really know what they just agreed to. So that epistemic opacity is there. Like you don't understand the technology that you're using. You don't understand what you're agreeing to also. So there is that problem. You're not going and taking consent from, okay, if you actually list out the things that you could potentially do with the data that you are accessing, a lot of people might not consent. You use technical words and like umbrella consents you take. I don't think that, counts as.
What if we tell them precisely what we are going to be using it for and do only that as a typical case?
I didn't.
what if we explain to them precisely what we will be using the data for, and we, let's say, do everything as honestly as possible, as honestly as, see, what if we tell them we'll take your data, we'll do precisely this and this, and we do precisely that, and we make sure that they understand it through, by testing their comprehension. Like, we do everything to make sure that they understand what their data is being used for. Will it still be wrong?
I don't think the question was about whether, it won't be like.
No, will it still be against a deontologist's point of view? That's
might be. If there is a rule that says like you can't be, if there is a rule that says that you cannot use, a person's private information, then whether or not this person consents to it, it would be wrong if you're following deontology. It doesn't matter, like, it's just that, like, are you like violating that rule or not?
No, but in existence there are no rules. I mean, among a group of people. So, like, among a group of people, so we have to, like, come to a decision about whether deontology is a valid way of data collection or not.
Yeah, that's a different question. So I was saying like deontology is better because the practicalities of it, like it's practically impossible to go to every person. So for example, like you take self-driving car. The only way in which a self-driving car can function is constantly collecting visual and auditory data from the surroundings. So how are you going to go like every person on the road like asking for consent, can I collect your data? It's not possible. So
but what about speech? That may be an extreme example.
Let's say self-driving cars will be collecting auditory data, right?
So like a few months ago, we did this Lambani data collection thing where, I'm not talking about specifically about self-driving cars, that may be like some very extreme example, but like we'll be doing data collection soon, right? IT Harvard. So, like what we do is we gather a bunch of people who speak Lambani, and then we get them to sign consent forms. So, like if we go by the deontological way of data collection, if we go by the deontological ethics of data collection, do you think that would be a valid way of applying? Do you think that would be a valid philosophy to apply?
Yes, because let's say you collected this data from 20 people in a community, and let's say there are 2 crore people in that community. And then you somehow convince that, these 20 people that, we will use your data to build something, but that might affect that 2 crore people not so good. Now you have the consent of all the people involved in this 20, in your study, but you're still using a personal data that is relevant to another 2 crore people. So it's a little, it's tricky, right? Like you technically have the consent to use the data, but if you have an umbrella rule that says like you can't use certain data in a certain way, then it will actually protect the people, the other 2 crore people also.
Okay, but if you don't mind, but that's true about anything that you do, right? So anything that you do is bound to affect someone negatively. So you have to like minimize the negatives and maximum. So like even if you breathe right now, you'll be killing microbes. Or like
Yes,
even if you eat like.
See, that kind of that is a very fallacious argument. That is.
No, but
okay.
That is the extension of this.
No, that is not. It's just like saying like if I wake up in the morning, I'm harming somebody. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a very specific thing.
Yeah,
can we apply this method in this study? Why not? Right. So, this is why not. The ontological approach is more useful because it will categorically protect certain personal rights of people. Now, like if you talk about, but somehow we will end up harming. Like, of course, we will end up harming. These are the ways in which you make sure you minimize the consequences. You minimize the harmful effects. One of the ways is like you put categorical rules that says you cannot use this data in a certain way is one of the ways in which you make sure that you minimize the harm.
Okay, I don't know if I got this correctly, but does the deontological view of speech data collection absolutely like prohibit data collection like completely, or is it like?
No, that's what, like there is no set deontological rules. Now, before you start the study, you only set the rules. So it's like for every study, the study only set the rules. It's not like there exists a deontological set of rules that you go ascribe to. So deontology basically says you use your reason to understand, to set rules. How do you set rules? That's what he was talking about. Like the one way is like you see if you universalize this, would it lead to any kind of contradiction or not? Another thing is like if you are in the same situation, would you want to be treated like that? So there are certain there are certain markers that you use to set the rules. So for your specific context, you only set the rule. It's not like there exists a rule that you.
Yeah. So maybe now the question would be like the very activity of collection of a speech data or any data. That very act itself could be justified. I think that's what using deontology. That's what you are asking. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. So, could we justify the very act of data collection itself? Now, the deontologist. My view would be it's not because any act of data collection would reduce the humans into some instruments. So it's quite difficult to see that how the deontologist could justify this. One who accepts the categorical moral reasoning. For them, anything that reduces humans into some instruments, it's unacceptable. So.
But you're not using people, you're using the data as means.
Okay, so the data belongs to. So suppose I have my speech is being collected by, let us say, some. My data, especially my speech data, is collected by, let us say, by some of the engineers or maybe anthropologists. Now, it essentially belongs to.
And you can sell it. You can sell it. You can choose to transfer the.
Yeah. So that's the issue. I mean.
If you have the absolute authority over that, then you have also the freedom to choose what to do with it.
So, suppose if I were to go with the categorical moral reason, they wouldn't accept it, because even if it is my own data, I mean, though I have the complete authority on that, even then, if the very act itself is something reducing myself to some instruments, so through, of course, it is a data and it's a speech data. Now whether speech data is.
If I use my land, can I use my voice as I use my land? If it's all right to use my land as something that is transferable and I can use that, why not my voice?
So,
or my thoughts?
So are we then talking about some property rights over my?
Something like that, yes. I mean, it will probably eventually get there. But I was asking, like, and it's when I treat this like, it's the data that we are using, right? Like, it's not the human being. So some surveys, the human beings get reduced as yes, but if I am, if it's a very I'm just trying to understand if I consent to give my speech, and then like if I consent to read out certain lines or like act out a role, and then there is the survey and there is this thing. So there, I am not being used, right? I am giving something. Whatever I am giving, that is being used, right?
I think yes. So I think slowly to get into
speech technology.
Yeah. But tomorrow we'll be discussing on this.
Yes, so some issues of concept to discuss.
Speech technology, huge database is essential first. Whatever the application we are developing, huge database is required. So definitely we have to collect data from large group of people, and it is essential to protect their identity. Ultimately what we are doing is we are developing an application. So to validate the application, I need a large amount of data, and I have to protect the secrecy of the data. Suppose if I do not protect secrecy of the data, so that data can be used for mimicry. So people may use it and they may fake it. So they may do some other wrong technology can be used to bluff the people or cheat the people. So therefore in every speech technology, to validate a technology which is developed, we need a huge database. So we have to collect the data from different groups of people with different accents, with different dialects and different language we have to collect. We have to protect the secrecy of the data. It is a primary rule, we have to do that. And ultimately what we are doing is we are developing a system which is robust. Which is robust so that it can be used in real time.
Okay. I think, yeah, slowly that will get into.
Yeah, I also second what he has said. The problem happened, the large portals stole the data. So then this deontology will come. If you are paying people and collecting their data, people are giving their information in TikTok and all that, and now say today's seminar, it will be posted in YouTube. I will send a scraper and I will capture your voice. Okay, I build an application on that. Science is about what? Openness and for utilitarianism.
So that will not
development of science is
that won't be a very successful application. Because
so what is happening is people started stealing the data, which is wrong. Both in utilitarianism as well as in deontology, stealing the data is wrong. Okay, so yes, you should not steal the data, but scientific development, as he said, has to happen. So how? Go in a right way and collect the data. Then you cannot say that collection of data from individuals is wrong. They have consented that, like what she said, they have consented to give their voice, and you are using it for a specific purpose. Okay, and that will
be override for.
That should be alright, isn't it? So people should not, when they start with the research, especially what is OpenAI, Google, whatever, they stole the data. In the name of scientific research, they stole the data. So that is what is should not happen. That's what now everybody is talking. That's why you see in the US they banned TikTok. Earlier also they banned many other apps. And China banned Google. Right? Because they were collecting all the data, privacy issues were compromised, they were saying. So that's valid, that's really valid. So misuse of data is what people are really bothered about. It's not about utilization of data, misuse of data.
So I was specifically concerned with how, which of these frameworks could be more suitable in the context of any of these technologies. So, yeah. So any other, somebody from there? Any other opinion? Yes, I think slowly it gets into the very nature of the privacy itself. Now, suppose if I were to say that right to privacy is something that is intrinsically is to be protected, then I think the deontologists might not justify the collection of any kind of data, in the sense that humans could be reduced to some instruments. So then the question comes like speech data. I mean, is it distinct in the sense that is essentially that we have that feeling that it essentially belongs to the person. Now, yeah, and is it just mere some property in the sense like I have other properties upon which I have complete control. Now, is it something similar to that, or privacy, is it something that is to be protected irrespective of anything else? So then, yeah, I'm also confused there, like which, whether the deontologist would be okay with saying that, yeah, we can, even with the consent, we can collect the speech data. Then for utilitarianism, what would be your take, opinion? So in a utilitarian framework, I think it's quite straightforward. Like, look at the utility of the technology and then decide the adoption of yeah. So, any other response? Online, yeah. So, those who have joined online, any questions?
Would you mean by maximizing the utility over here? Purpose maximizes the utility when speech recognition activity is ethically justified. So, when you say maximize the utility, is that like monetary or like social? What is meant?
I mean, well-being of humans as a whole, not just monetary.
Okay. So, I think like even if you gather speech data, like it's without consent, but if let's say it benefits the whole society, that would be utilitarianism. Is that?
So yeah, that's similar discussion we had. Like there you are violating the fundamental rights. So that very approach itself could be wrong. The approach that I'm okay, or it's okay to violate others' fundamental rights. In the long run, that won't bring any utility. It would affect the utility.
Okay.
So privacy concerns, if it is taken into account, like if I say that it's okay to violate the privacy just for the overall utility, actually it is not going to maximize the utility in the long run.
So, what if you consider utility in like a short span of time? So, like would that be, like for example, let's say ChatGPT in like right now it's pretty useful, but perhaps in the next 1,000 years we'll probably have smaller brains because of it. I don't know. But do you think so? Do you think ChatGPT from a utilitarian perspective is successful?
I'm not sure what you.
I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
I think maybe if, so in economics we have this idea of marginal utility, and we have we also accumulate utility over a period of time. So perhaps utility could be looked at in a more sophisticated way. I think the definition would be more clear.
So maybe.
So many speech databases available publicly. In public domain, there are so many standard speech databases available. Say, for example, Mosaic's speech database available publicly. You can use it for research work. Standard. There is no restriction at all. So, but some of medical data is not available, so we have to take permission from the authorities, and then we have to use it. So that is how the people are working in speech technology area. Primarily, we have to protect the secrecy, privacy of the subject who is giving the data. That we should. But there are so many classical speech databases available online. So if I take it, I'm using it. But I never came to know who are the subjects.
So
because they are not disclosed.
So would that be okay? Is it generally accepted? It is generally accepted.
So it's true that there's lots of classical databases around, and in speech we haven't seen big problems with that. But in image processing there was this megaface kind of database which had billions of faces, and it was finally removed because people felt that it was unethical. And I think also that in speech area we need to start to think more about the old databases that can we keep them alive, or should we just remove them? That when our understanding of the ethical consequences improves, we might have to stop using some of the old databases. And even if they appear now like they are protected and you cannot find their identities, is that enough? That's something we need to discuss in the community.
Yeah, I think here.
In the image processing domain, there is a website called This Face Does Not Exist. There's a website which says this face does not. They are able to generate faces, GAN and related things. There is technology now available to generate faces of people, imaginary people who don't really exist, but they can very realistically generate images of faces. So what I was pointing out is maybe we will soon come to this, using Gen AI, we may soon be able to generate databases, so-called synthetic or fake, whatever, synthetic data, voice data that may realistically be substituted for this real speech data collected. Just thinking, wondering, because Gen AI technology is progressing so fast and so rapidly, we have soon reached there where we don't no longer have to collect speech data.
Yes, but the Gen AI methods have been made from speech data, and also they are kind of methodological problems there. They tend to average, so you get the average version, so that 3.7%, which we talked about yesterday, that comes out, not the whole diversity of it. So that's it. So it's a good tool, but not the whole arch.
I think we'll, yeah, now it's time for lunch. So at 2 o'clock we'll meet. So thanks for the discussions. Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions.
ನಿತಿನ್ ಸರ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಿತಿನ್ ಸರ್ ಕರಿತೀರಿ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರೀರಿ.
Battery out. Yeah, the contact. Yeah.
We can use
ಮೀಟಿಗೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಾ ಅನ್ನತ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಸುರಜ್ ಅವರು.
Maybe I can draw a bit.
Yeah.
I can do tomorrow also.
Maybe we can send.
Yeah. You don't allow people to tell speech. Like the rule says, the speech is there.
Yes, it's true. Yeah. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah.
focus their
Yeah.
attention on that.
Well, it's a hopefully.
Yeah.
That's what I more from philosophical elements there.
So this one we just completed today.
Yeah.
This part is anyway like a kind of experiment.
Yes.
I am also not so comfortable.
Yeah.
But
So lots of learning happening.
I have one doubt actually. So when we are taking some data, like we are signing the consent form.
Yeah.
I think I made the mistake there. Because it's like even in the deontologies framework, it could be justified. That's why.
Because in our department we are collecting the data of Lambani people, language. So they took a sign for the consent form. So we are paying this much amount to them, and they have to come to the school and we have to record it.
Yeah.
So we have the potential.
Well, yeah. So as far as you keep to what you promised in the consent form.
Okay.
So in consent form they agree to some use of that data.
Okay.
Hopefully you defined what use is allowed.
Yeah.
And then as long as you stay in that allowed area, then you can treat it as your own data.
This is just for like currently it is multiple domain we are working collecting the same data.
Yeah.
So in our department we are using for the language identification. And there are totally like if I consider the Karnataka state. So northern Karnataka we have some tribal community. So like there are 6 tribal community we have put the data set up from it.
Yeah.
So just an identification of the data we are working currently. So some of the points regarding to that one. So this for the technical use only we are using. So we cannot use any other further purpose.
Yeah. So only what the consent form says that you can do.
Okay. So
and kind of good practice is to be quite specific in that consent form.
Okay. So what if I made the data as an open source?
So then you should have a license, so that it includes that the license to use that also includes the allowed usage.
Okay.
For these purposes you can use it.
Okay, so I just take consent from that we are making an open source.
Yeah.
What some ex parte uses for some bad purpose,
Yeah.
something like that.
So this is part of the impact analysis. So to see how bad purposes can it be used for.
Okay.
So if it's, for example, if there would be health information involved, then I would strongly recommend to have more than just open source license. Could have like access restrictions that you have to sign a form to get access to the data. Or like in medical setting there are often even more strict things.
Yeah, that is true. Because like some of the most of the data are kept confidential.
Yeah.
So it is not open source.
Yeah.
That is true.
And then one other thing which I advocate to do, because now you already have consent form, but you can still implement it afterwards, that you have a an expiry date. That's kind of because we don't know what things can be done in the future. So someone needs to continuously monitor.
Even though it is open source.
Yes. So someone basically needs to monitor how it is used and how it can be used. And if there are new threats that emerge, you can still pull it back and say that now it's not allowed to use this anymore. So I would put like a expiry date in the license that, or like some sort of rule for renewal. Every 5 years you review whether the data is still acceptable, and if this website is just acceptable, then you can still continue using it.
Okay.
So someone needs to be accountable. Some person specific.
So the data, whoever is creating the data, those people will be the responsible person?
Well, of course, scraping is then that is per definition in the case unethical, because they don't look at the use cases which are allowed.
Okay.
So
They're stealing data.
Yeah, they're stealing data. So the scraping is very sensitive in any case. That you really need to look at the licenses of individual, and if you don't find the license, that's dangerous.
So yeah. So how you like, if some open source data is there, or some third parties already have some data which is required for it.
Yeah.
As a developer, so how I should see the data, like whether this data is good. I mean, it contains all the things which I need.
Yeah.
But some things which is like hazard for the society.
Yeah.
So how will you decide it?
Yeah. On Friday there's an extra for that.
Okay. Yeah.
So that basically you need to
So
have.
because I'll be the culprit here, even though I'm not a part of it.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
available. Just taking the same thing.
Yeah, well, so you are using it. So
Yeah.
So you are the culprit.
Yeah.
Even if it's available.
Yeah.
So there's an example. There was some years back there was kind of some research on the voice of the Michael J. Fox, the actor.
Michael Jackson.
Michael J. Fox.
Michael Fox. Okay.
Yeah. So he's known to have a Parkinson's disease.
Okay.
And then they analyzed his voice over the years.
Okay.
To get Parkinson's data.
Okay.
That's health data, but the data is available publicly. But they extracted health data. No, you can do that. That's an unexpected use.
Okay.
So really.
So how we supposed to decide like we should use it or not?
Well, you should supposed to have a kind of impact analysis with stakeholders.
Okay.
So have experts from different fields discuss different threats. Using our data. Well, what did you do?
Yeah, long stuff.
Exactly. So.
But they can't make it proprietary now, right? Since they've used public data without.
It's done.
Also, I think that they shouldn't.
You want me to send it?
Yeah.
Whenever, around say. No, it's okay. I'll send you right now.
They shouldn't be able to use it. They are. I'm not a lawyer.
So, one minute.
Union has fair case of how they
Actually, it's hardly cast, I told you. No? So it's for that one. Actually, even the old
but the problem is, they have different
that's why they will anyway change things. Okay. So we just need the
just masking the
template.
person's
We
identity
just need to know what all should be there.
Ah.
So now they'll edit here and then.
During my bachelor's,
Same thing, no?
Send only how deleted the director.
Okay.
And there was something
I just asked what is
Okay.
that has been done. That's the activity is same.
solved using.
Yeah.
Camera.
This they see at least 100 X-rays a day.
No,
Most of them having anomaly.
Yeah.
Only
fine, Harry. It's okay, I'll do.
Yeah, because I actually did something like so now it's like good.
IIT ಒಳಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಭಾಳ ಮಾಡಿ
So maybe okay, I think we will continue the so yeah, now let's the focus is on speech technology. Yeah. So let us try to understand this notion of a speech. What is a speech?
Sounds that we create to communicate with people.
Some expressions. Okay. So, there are some kind of utterances, right? So, yeah. So speech, I think we can say that some form of utterances, meaningful expressions. Right? Yeah. Now, so I can say, yeah, looking outside, I can say today is the sun. So it's an utterance, right? It is a speech. Could I say that it is a speech? Yeah, I can say that it is a speech. It is an utterance. It is meaningful. Now, I can also consider this kind of utterances. Today is the sun. I can say that I assert that today is the sun. So it's not that it is changing the meaning of the expression, but the prefix is added, like I assert that today is the sun. Or I can say something like this: I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. So I will take you to Taj Mahal. Now, you are the prefix. I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. Or I could say, yeah, this one. I assert that Jolie cheated on the exam. Okay. So Jolie cheated on the exam. I assert that Jolie cheated on the exam. Or more examples would be this one. I appoint you as the caretaker of my apartment. That's another expression, meaningful expression. I appoint you as the caretaker of my apartment. Or I could say that I request you to be the caretaker of my apartment. Now, another example would be this. I implore you that you don't leave me. I implore you that you just don't leave me. So another expression. Yeah. So again, I assert that she or he left me. Now, now this one, she or he left me. I assert that she or he has left me. Do you find any difference? Meaning wise, it doesn't add anything. It might not add much. Today is sunny.
Emphasis.
Some kind of emphasis is given. That's one thing. Anything else? Between the sentence, I assert that today is sunny. So, as to a point of some emphasis is added, and then we put the prefix I assert. Anything else? Could be the possible difference between today is sunny. I assert that today is sunny.
You're not just saying that is saying.
I believe that today.
I believe, yeah. So that goes with both the sentences. I assert that today is sunny. I believe. So even without adding the prefix, I assert. When I utter that today is sunny, I believe it.
I think the first one is just stating something, the second one was stating that is.
Okay. Is it?
So can be may or may not be something.
So like suppose if it doesn't have to be merely that first one is like today is sunny. Of course, I am stating something. Then I assert that today is sunny. Now,
I vote for.
is it mere stating that I have stated this? Yeah.
Kind of prediction.
Through watching. I vote that. I have seen or something.
Okay. With confirmation. Okay.
You're also doing some, you're asserting.
Yes.
It's kind of predicting kind of thing. Even though we are.
So today is the sign. There's no prediction as such.
I mean, like 90% sure that it will be something.
No, it's like for sure. I assert that something.
Something that I'm owning a ownership. I am authoritarian and having a ownership on what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I declare is something a law.
Uh-huh.
In that kind of intention.
Yeah, that kind of intention could be there. So could I say that, so today is a Sunday. Now, when I have the utterance, I assert that today is Sunday. Through that expression, I am also doing something. So I assert there is no way that that particular action could be performed in any other manner. So today is a Sunday. I assert that today is Sunday. Now, of course, today's Sunday is a statement. When I say that I assert that today is a Sunday, I am also performing a particular action, and that action is an assertion, making an assertion. Could we say that? I mean, or if we take this one, I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. I will take you to Taj Mahal. So the moment I add, I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. By adding that particular prefix, I am also performing a particular action of promise, making a promise. Could we say that? In some sense, right? So, now, other example would be like, I appoint you as the caretaker of my apartment. Now, in a given situation, I cannot appoint anyone as the caretaker for Rishik's apartment. That I cannot do. So, that particular action of assertion, I mean, it's possible when he owns the apartment, not that I can. So, when I make this kind of utterances, in some sense, yes, I can say that I am also performing a particular action of making an assertion by expressing that. So the sentence that you are the take care of my apartment is different from the sentence that I assert that or I appoint you as the caretaker of my apartment. So what is it happening there? So it's something like this. Some kind of a speech act is being performed. So I promise that I will do such and such thing. Then when I say this, I am also performing a particular action of making a promise. There is no other way that action could be performed. So, I mean, other examples could be like, in Christianity, in churches, they say that I baptize. So that is like a speech act. By expression, but through that expression, one who uttered that particular expression is also performing a particular action of speech act. So does it make sense? So yeah. So speech acts are those acts that one could perform by uttering that she is doing so.
So how about sentence? I think that the thing that would be rain tomorrow. That is not a speech act. Think, the word think.
Could that be a speech act?
No.
Why?
Because you are stating, you are reporting an action that you're doing, the action there is taking. It's like saying I am walking. The action there is walking. The sentence itself, the speaking of that itself is not the action. speaking of the action. The action there is that you're thinking. It might be.
Okay. Okay. So it is not a report of. Couldn't I say that it is not the report of what you are performing?
It is. When you say, I am thinking that it will rain, it is a report of an action. So that is not the action itself. The action sets right. But when you say, I promise, that itself the action of promising. Or when in a wedding you say that I do. That self is the action. That means self is the action.
Yeah. So it's like I anoint you as a king. So I mean that particular action could express, I mean that's the only way that the action could get exemplified. Like, the very act of anointing. So yeah, I think that it will rain. May not be a speech act, but I need to be careful there. So yeah, so clearly, I mean, to understand the idea of a speech act, we can consider these examples.
But could you say it's predicting?
Predictable.
Predicting. So when
Predictable.
you say,
So then I predict that.
if I say I think it might rain, can you say it's an action of prediction?
So suppose if I say I predict that it might rain. Now, with that expression, I am also performing that speech act. Could I say that?
It won't be right for I was thinking it might rain today.
Which one?
If I say I was thinking it might rain today, he said, is it the same as I predict it will rain today?
So what would be the issue there?
I'm asking, it can be, right?
Prediction and the thinking.
So when I say I'm thinking it will rain today, it is a prediction, right? It is. So
when I say it will, just the expression it will rain.
no, I'm saying
I think it will rain.
I think it will rain today. So could that be like a speech act? The act of predicting?
Okay, so bit doubtful then whether I think. But couldn't I say that I think it will rain? Now, it is unlike this because in the case of I promise, the very act of promise making is like it comes out as an action through that expression. But in the case of I think, yeah, I think I need to check that. Okay, so now, so we can think of something called speech acts. Speech acts are there. So another way to explain what is a speech act is the utterance of a sentence and the performance of the action mentioned in the sentence come together. So utterance of the sentence, so the utterance and the performance also, in some sense, they come together. The other way to explain, say the same thing, is that the speaker performs the action of asserting something by saying that she is doing so. So now I will take you to the Taj Mahal. Is different from I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. Right? Although and every assertive statement could come with a prefix. So Taj Mahal is made of white marble. I can say, I assert that Taj Mahal is made of white marble. So there is speech, and one could have a kind of action called the speech acts. Does it make sense? Is it okay? Is it sensible? Okay. Now, so some more things about speech act. Now, mostly these speech acts are expressed in the performative sentences. So they are first-person present tense kind of sentences, and it describes its speaker as a performing a speech act. So I assert that Jolie cheated on the exam. So it comes in and they are performative sentences in first person sentence form. That is fine. Now, one point that we can consider is this. So there are many speech acts that do not use the performatives. So I can just plainly say that today is sunny. I don't have to use the prefix. I assert that today is sunny. So many sentences do not use speech acts. The other thing is there are many performatives without intending the speech act. So I can have a performative sentence, or I can perform a speech act without intending what is mentioned in the speech act expression. So, like I promised that I will take you to Taj Mahal. I can perform this speech act without intending to keep the promise. So I can say that I assert such and so is the case. Now, whatever is expressed in the normal as a content in the normal expression might not be true, but still I can make the assertion. Okay. So yeah, so there are many performatives without intending the speech act. I don't invent that particular speech act, but I make that particular performative. It's possible. So speakers performatives without intending to perform the speech act. Now, another distinction that we need to keep it in our mind, that we could consider is distinction between illocutionary act and locutionary act. So speech act, then performatives, and then illocutionary act and locutionary act. Now, locutionary act is the literal expression, what the expression literally stands for. Illocutionary act is implied meaning of the expression. So, for example, consider this particular expression in the form of a question. Do you have a minute? Do you have a minute? Now, the illocutionary act is something, could be this one. Please, I will talk to you. Now, the locutionary act is a question, actually. Hope that makes sense. So now we can use illocutionary act and speech act synonymously. Okay. So now from this a further distinction. So, a distinction between illocutionary force and illocutionary content. Illocutionary force and illocutionary content. Now, illocutionary content is what the speaker says. So the content of the assertion. I make, I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. Now, illocutionary content is this. Me taking somebody to Taj Mahal. So that's a content. Or I assert that today is the sun. Now, the illocutionary content is this. Today is the sun. Now, what we could do is the content of what the speaker says is to be distinguished from the force that the speaker has from what she says. So here we have something called illocutionary force. So we can clearly think about the content, illocutionary content. Now, clearly we can also think of illocutionary force of the expression. Now, force has to be distinguished from the content. So clearly they can be distinguished. Now, the force of the speech or utterance is also an aspect of the illocutionary act of the speech act. Now, I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. Now, the force of this particular expression is one thing, and the content or the illocutionary content of that particular expression is another thing. Now, when we consider the entire expression, we cannot ignore this illocutionary force. So, now the mere content of the speech act is the proposition of what the expression really says. That's content. Yeah. Now, the illocutionary force of the speech is the we would say that is the achievement aspect that the speaker has on the listener by having an illocutionary act. So when I say that I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal, so there is an illocutionary force, a particular point to that particular illocutionary force, and it is like making a promise. So now that illocutionary force could also be considered as an achievement aspect. Yeah. And clearly it has to be distinguished from the illocutionary content. So, yes, so now we started off with this speech act. What's the speech? Speech is nothing but some expressions or utterances by some speakers. There's something on what is, there's something on speech act. Speech acts are those acts that one could perform by uttering that she is doing so. Any of these examples can be considered. I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. It's an expression, it is also a speech act, performing a particular action by making that particular expression. Now, from now always, most of speech acts are expressed in the first person performing. They are the performing sentences. First in the first person present tense. Then we have this distinction of the illocutionary act and the locutionary act. So the focus is on illocutionary act. So now if we have the illocutionary act, we can make the distinction between illocutionary force and the illocutionary content of that particular illocutionary act. And sensibly we can distinguish it. the content is different from the force. Now, for the some of the features of the illocutionary force. Now, illocutionary, so one of the features of illocutionary force is the illocutionary point. So, now each illocutionary act has a specific objective. So, for example, I promise that I will take you to Kashmir. Now, the illocutionary point of this particular sentence would be different from other illocutionary, other speech acts. So each illocutionary act has specific objectives. When I make a promise, it has a specific objective. When I make a request, it has a specific objective. Right? So similarly, assertion, imploring, all those, highest, apologizing, all of them. So now there is something called degree of the strength of the illocutionary point. So different illocutionary acts can have the same illocutionary point, but different strength. So what would be an example here? Yeah. So for example, like suppose if I were to say that I request you to not to do that. So someone being requested to not to do certain things. Now, for example, if somebody visits my office very often, then I can say that I request you to not to come to my office often. Something like that. Now, the strength will be different when I say that I implore you that you don't come to my office. That strength is different. So, in some sense, the content is more or less same, but the force is different. So degree of strength of the illocution point can be different speech acts. Now the condition. So there is now for each illocutionary act or speech act, there is a illocutionary content, which is a preposition, which could be a preposition. Now that that somehow whatever is presented in the content should satisfy or should be consistent with the speech act. So to my son, if I were to say that, I promise you that I will take you to Kashmir, it is possible, still possible. But if I were to say that I promise you that I will take you to moon, no, that content-wise it doesn't satisfy that force. So so there is content-specific propositional content that should satisfy the illocutionary force. Now, sincerity condition. So this may be more useful for current purpose. So now the psychological state that a speaker should have at the time of the speech. So now it is when I say that I promise that I will take you to Taj Mahal. Now some psychological state that I should be in the sense if while I am making the promise, if the sincerity condition is satisfied only when I intend to keep the promise. So sincerity condition. So that maybe if one doesn't have to use the psychological state, but to explain in an easier way, that we could say that that's a particular psychological state when I make a promise that has to be met. So that is like a sincerity condition. So suppose if I make a promise and if I don't intend to keep that, then the psychological state is different. What is required for the promise making. Okay? Or, for example, I'm apologizing for something to some other person, then I apologize that this happened and it will never happen. And if the psychological state is that if it doesn't represent any apology or that kind of feeling from my side, then yeah, sincerity conditions it is not satisfied. So this is another feature of the emotional force. Now the degree of the strength of the sincerity conditions.
All speech acts need to have the sincerity condition to be satisfactory.
So, I mean, there could be different kinds of speech acts.
Yeah.
Now, that we need to see. I mean, and with regard to all the speech acts, yeah. But even otherwise, also I can say that there is a psychological state.
There is, asking like, should there be the sincerity, should the psychological state be sincere in order for the police teacher to something like that, right?
No. So it's like you are making the speech act, but you don't intend to be, and you are not in that. Your expression is not consistent with expected psychological state, something like that.
So you can act with conscious, with awareness, but without any intent. Say that. I cannot, like the intentionality can be completely absent, but I can still do it with consciousness and awareness.
Intentionality is completely absent, but
There's no intentionality.
Intention is there, like, but
intention, not intentionality, intention.
Intention is there, but I am not. I'm intending something. I'm making a promise.
Yeah.
But
not to make, not to. So it's like I cannot like push this chair with the intention of pulling it. If I'm pushing it, I have to have the intention of pushing it. But I can make promises without having the intention of cheating.
Keeping it.
Not keeping it, like breaking it. So it's like possible in speech.
Okay.
You can. I'm asking.
So yeah, it's that performative I can have.
But so like that's what like.
Is it actually a speech act? That's what.
It is a speech act, right? Like whether I intend to keep the promise or not. I'm saying that I promise that I will do this for you. It's a speech act. Without my intention like, to keep it like.
So promise making is an intentional act.
The intention of acting is still there. It's just that the intention is something else.
So promise making itself, I mean, I wouldn't be able to make an unconscious promise. I'm not unconscious, it's like unaware. I mean, I made that promise, but I wasn't really aware of that promise making. I wouldn't be able to say that. So something is intended consciously, but
it will not be that act itself, right? Like for example, this thing, talaq. So if you say talak 3 times, talak, you're divorced. But if somebody can just say it without even knowing the language, but you still, like in that particular family, you are to perform that action.
Okay. So, okay, actually, is the person making a speech act and he's making a speech act. But not having the awareness. So, maybe the sincerity condition is
Yes, sincerity condition is not
So, do we give some quantitative figures for this features? Some percentage or something like some weights do we give?
I don't know, like what is it?
Suppose if I have a set of sentences and if these are the features, so we use some values for this.
Do you want to?
Then maybe some sort of analysis, some machine learning model, some speech learning model.
So if that is useful, then we can do that.
Isn't it?
I haven't.
Because we want, these are all very good features. So if I have sentences like this, which is coming on internet, in Twitter or something, so based on this I can understand what is the objective. Huh? Objective is just to find out whatever they are saying or whether it is social media. No, it is coming. You see, some statements are coming. Let's say RSS feeds and all those things. We are getting a lot of unstructured data because this is coming out. So based on this, can we find out if there is some meaning in that? Are they?
No, there are models for emotion detection.
No, that is there. But since I saw that this is something new to me. Things like this illocutionary point, content conditions, sincerity conditions. Sincerity conditions, we don't measure it in our language classification.
If you want to build a model with the result, you can form a...
No, correct. But what is the weightage we can give?
No, that depends. Once again, like that depends. Like what, if you want to build a model...
Maybe if you want, you can...
No, it's okay. We can speak of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you give some weightages, there, maybe we can find out the strength of sincerity conditions. So automatically, if some weightages could be given based on the selective attention mechanism on those words, so the machine itself will find out whether what is the force in that sentence or.
No, definitely right. When you talk about attention-based models, right, the attention-based model will pick it up explicitly because the word itself, right, seeks what is the context from it comes from basically. So, like, in the second layer you will have attention vectors, right. So, if you want to model the sincerity or even like specific proportional content, you can use attention-based networks where the content itself, whatever you're looking for, will come as part of a probabilistic way. Like either you're looking for like what specific sincerity it is doing, what specific degree of strength it is going to do. All that can come out as a whatever. If you want to be a probabilistic, you can use a softmax. But you don't need a label for this. It can come explicitly from the stream.
Maybe you conduct some focus meetings and you ask people to give their opinion on something. It could be a product or something, and they all give. So it is let's say it is not controversial. So they give their opinion on that. So based on these features, so
you can.
Just to note that sincerity detection is essentially a polygraph which has been tried and failed for a long time.
So mostly it is not possible to, yeah, it won't be possible to, yeah. So yeah, now, yeah, so these are the features of illocutionary force. So there is illocutionary content and illocutionary force. And yeah, the content needs to be distinguished from the force. So yeah, now using this, just trying to connect it with the collection of the speech data. Maybe I'm not right, but some material for discussions. So now, so I could say, speech act is context dependent, and the features of illocution force are also determined by the context of the. So I think very trivial point. So now the illocutionary force of an expression is closely connected with the speaker when she occurs that particular utterance in a particular context. So it is very context. It's not really new point. And again, similar point putting it different. Any features of illocution force of a speech act that is contextual wholly belong to the speakers of that context. So that's it. Now, if you look at any of this, it is closely associated with the person who performs the speech act. Whether it is illocution point, especially the sincerity condition, and the degree of the sincerity conditions. So all of these clearly belong to the speaker. Now, it is possible for the illocutionary content of a speech act to remain the same as different contexts. So now, so the content is a proposition, and it is quite possible. I'm saying that it will remain, its meaning would remain same across the context, but it is still possible that the content could remain same in different contexts. But however, it is highly improbable for the illocution force of a speaker's illocution act to remain the same. So, and even if it is the same speaker, so the illocution force is strongly, associated with the speaker. It clearly belongs to that speaker who utters that particular speech in that particular context. Now, in a different context, it is quite possible that the same illocution force might not remain the same, even if the expressions are the same. So, like, what example? Maybe you can think of examples. Yeah. So maybe I promise that I will take you to the Taj Mahal. Now here, which one will be suitable? So for example, I apologize. So I committed some mistake and I apologize. Just after committing the mistake, when I apologize, the intensity of that particular electrical force could be more. I would feel regret even afterwards, many years, but the intensity could be less. Even if I were to make the same expression, I apologize for what I have. So something like that. So even if it is the same elocutionary speech act, or even if it is the same with the same content, even if it is the same speaker, it can vary across context. So now, and we are just trying for this, whether it is right or wrong. Now, so a question would be this: in the scenario of the speech processing, what might ground the ethical concerns? For example, privacy and issues. That's the easiest one we can think of. So, I mean, easiest in the sense to indicate the problem. So when a set of speech data is collected from a speaker, what does it mean? Is it the elocution force of a speech act or the elocution content of a speech act? So speech, what I have in my mind is like using the recording, the collecting speech. So is it merely the content that makes the privacy related issues, gives rise to the privacy related issues? So, is it merely the content? So privacy related issues might come maybe with together with the elocution of the content, the elocution function of the elocution force. So now the ethical concern is to detach the elocution content from the elocution force. Is it possible to detach the elocution content from the elocution force? So what we regard as a speech data contains not merely the elocution content of the speech data. If it is some utterance by some speaker, so it is not merely the content that is being collected, but it is the force. That's one point that we can think of.
Elocutionary force and content are together. Together. How to handle them separately as far as maintaining secrecy is concerned?
How to handle them separately?
As far as maintaining secrecy of the topic.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, even prior to, yes. Trying to say something. Trying to say something?
So, now there's like two things which I'm not thinking here about. Like the elocutionary force is then a force between two persons. So Newton's first law, when there's this force, there's also the opposite force. So the receiver somehow reacts to that force. So it's an interaction, and through this eloquent, or if we observe an elocutionary force, so then we learn something about both the speaker and the receiver. So if we have the content only, so if we are unable to identify the force, then we don't learn anything about the receiver. We learn something only about the speaker. So that would be my first Yes. You cannot. Sorry. The other thing which I, on the previous slide, was thinking that what if the receiver of this education, I call it this promise, is a computer. So if I promise that I take you to the Taj Mahal, I promise. Is that a meaningful interaction? My first feeling is that there's no skin in the game. So what does this care? The overall doesn't care. It's meaningful interaction only if there's skin in the game. So let's say that I promise you that I'll charge you in 2 hours. Then the phone says, okay, yes, then I can use a bit more battery right now. But there's some skin in the game. So I think interesting that when taking the computer example, I realized that it's a lot about the receiver as well. It's not only the speaker who is acting here somehow. Yes, needs to be a receiver for this to make sense.
Yes. Yeah. So it's not just one speaker is making an utterance or speech act in isolation. Yes. The speaker also has to be present. Yes. So as a data with content alone, one cannot do anything. That's another issue. So what I was trying to point out is like what gives rise to this privacy issue. It is mostly connected with the force and the content.
But like you said, there is no force, right?
Force in the sense? I mean,
So this educational force is absent in that case, right? There is
in
no.
computer.
Yes.
Computer case.
Yes.
So the other extreme is like, what if the speech act is performed by a computer? The speaker itself is.
I think there is force in that sense. It's like this moral patient thing.
Yeah.
Like whether you intended or not, if you have harmed me, then there is a moral violation. But you cannot morally violate a phone or a computer. So I think it's like if a computer promises me something, there is educational force. But if I promise something to the computer, I don't think there is
any
force. Yeah.
So it's merely an utterance, and without any, none of the illocutionary force features of force is not satisfied. Would that be the case?
Also, I think that if there is skin in the game, so if the computer actually suffers, so for example now the battery runs out, that's a consequence. And then
so there needs to be a consequence for the computer to be able to for there to be a force. Of course, it also needs to have sufficient capability to consider the options.
Yes. So as a receiver, certain conditions has to be satisfied. Something like that.
Exactly. And then also, if a computer promises something, that kind of then goes very quickly into the consciousness questions. Is it consciousness of the meaning of a promise? And then we are in deep waters.
yeah. Something similar to what some of them are. Yes. Yes, like the receivers, maybe right now
Yeah, but there's one more thing. So of course, like we can design the computer to use promises as a like kind of to emphasize something more. I promise this is true. It's really certain that it is true. So it's kind of a tool in communication you can use, even though it doesn't really understand the meaning. So it doesn't have the consciousness of meaning. It's just using it as a communicative tool.
Oh, the promise making would stand for something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So my aim was very minimal there. Like, this kind of discussions could be added to this and see where we reach. So, so yeah, at least I think we can make this distinction, like the ethics concerning the relocation force and ethics concerning the relocation concept. And in a philosophical sense, I can talk about it, but how much that will be useful to apply in any of these days, I'm not sure. So, yeah.
So, would consent on when we are in studying program or something, when we are giving consent about the data, so that be the questionnaire. What kind of?
Okay.
Did I make sense?
So it's like you can say. So so when we install maybe some app and give consent, right? Now, is it an illocutionary act or speech act? A consent.
Consent probably, yeah. Some sort of
speech act.
Force as well.
Yes. Oh, okay. Then in that case, but you are giving consent to, not to the computer inside.
That's okay. So now, if we accept that the computer or the system, the AI system, has some level of consciousness, it can be said as like the system is promised, but it is not actually the system that is making the promise, right? Like, we will not violate your privacy, and oh, the phone told me that, promised me that the phone will not. But it's actually not the phone that is violating the privacy. I mean, that's making the promise. Though, like, it looks like either the phone is giving you, I promise, but it's not the phone that is. In fact, it is not even a person. It is not even. It's a shared sort of responsibility to keep the promise. So, but there is a educational force because I am receiving it as I understand it as a promise, and I am trusting it on the promise. But yeah, it's not coming from one agent at least, one speaker.
But does it make a difference, like from the user point of view? They probably treat the phone like as it were a human, and they kind of think that it's this phone that is making the promise. Does it make a difference who is making the promise? So like from the user point of view.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as the promise is kept, but the moment the promise is violated, now you want to know who made me the promise, who did not keep the promise. So,
yeah. So, I mean, different kinds or types of receivers are, speaker and or receiver. One could think of in that way. Maybe. When I consent, I'm not consenting to merely to a computer, but larger group. So still could be a illusionary act. Now, yes, so somewhat of so now maybe this is there is something distinct about speech data. To make that claim, speech data has to be studied in the left. I like to see what is the literature on that. So the distinctness of the ethical issues that results from the collection of speech data. This is the ethical issue results from the interpretation force than from the interpretation command. So maybe the counter examples is making does it make sense to make a promise to a computer, or what if the computer is making that promise? Such kind of things needs to be seen here. So it's like explaining the same point. Consider the fourth and fifth resolution. So a psychological state of gratitude and the degree of the strength of gratitude is sincere. So when we collect the speech data, would it be the case that we are also somehow, with the data we are collecting these also, force also, right? So somehow the illocution force clearly, we could say that clearly belongs to the, should it be related to receiver exclusively or not? For me, it's like a speaker. But the receiver also is there.
Yeah, so my opinion is, it's only my opinion, so it's a shared interaction.
Okay.
You cannot think of an interaction without both participants.
Okay.
What about cases where you are recording the experimenter or the researcher gives a data set to the
older ways of data collection where the researcher has a list of sentences to be spoken by the volunteer, and the volunteer speaks whatever is given to him or her. The data used to be collected in that way earlier. In that case, those cases, is there a force? There's only content, right?
So volunteer goes and reflects.
In such cases of data collection, is there a force?
And I think from the part of speaker, from whom the speech is collected, whatever the expressions or the utterances they have, clearly, it will come with some force.
But that force, yeah, sure, but that is not coming from the speaker. She or she is just reading what has been handed over to her in the form of text.
So,
my opinion is that it needs to be a real interaction, so that there needs to be a skin in the game to make it really a force. And so we need both partners, and read statements are not enough. It needs to be an interaction where you actually promise something. So there's the intentional promise.
Both speaker and the receiver.
Yeah, so the speaker has the intentional promise, but then the receiver has some skin in the game to make it.
But even if there is no intention, there could still be like a threat or a promise. Like if I say something, and then just say a word, and what if you're threatened by it? Was there a threat?
Yeah, that's a good point. So if there's a threat, you can make a threat without realizing it. So then there's
yes, so I don't have an intention to threaten you,
Yeah.
but there is a force. The moment you are threatened, there is a force, right?
Yeah.
So I don't really, so I think it's on the receiver, like, because, yeah, you can have the force without the intention to have the force.
And that also applies to promise. The receiver can feel it as a promise, even though I didn't say actually or didn't intend it.
Okay. So clearly the receiver has a yeah.
Every speech is every speech sample. Every speech sample has its own landmarks. So we call them as landmarks. So what application we are building? So based on that, those landmarks should be exploited. It is not necessarily always the content or the content force is to be taken into account. It depends on the application, what application I am building. Suppose I am building a speech coding application. So when I am doing that, so this illusory force and content doesn't play any role. So the landmarks of the speech are very important. They are the guiding beacons. What the speech says, everything will be there. But depending on the application, I have to exploit. So not necessarily always I have to look into. It's my personal opinion to look into the left force content and force. So what majorly matters is quality of speech and whether it is corrupted by unwanted noise. So suppose if I am doing context-aware speech processing, then all these issues will come into picture, especially for emotion analysis. Yes, I need all these things. Suppose if I am doing something like speech recognition, then it's not required. Suppose if I am doing speech coding, it is not required. So based on the application, we have to look into the landmarks of the speech.
So would this distinction illocation of force between these two content, would it be relevant in any of this?
I think, yeah, so then this illocation force, I think, relates to applications where we are interested in the kind of communication content. So when, for example, a voice assistant, when you're trying to make it do something, then it's really important. And if you're doing the data collection, if there are real conversations, then there will be real illocation and forces between the speakers, and that becomes an issue, a privacy issue. And of course, there are lots of other privacy issues as well. So like the illocation and force, to me, sounds like it only applies to the message part of the communication. I thought more about that tomorrow, but for example, health information is private information, which is completely kind of disconnected, or not completely, but mostly disconnected from the content part. And the health information is then also important information in speech transmission, for example, like coding. It depends.
Depends on requirement. Yeah, I think more or less we are discussing about this. So yeah, so if that is taken further, then yeah, content force distinction. Then yeah, considering the kind of discussions what we had. I think this needs to be revised, I think. But yeah, now one could think of some kind of angel determinacy between the type of data, speech data being collected. So whether it is whether it contains merely the illocutionary conduct or does it contain the illocutionary force. Yeah, so I was of the opinion that this has to be, I mean, this needs to be, I have to explain it, but yeah. Yeah, this is where we reach the main part of the, but there are issues with this, as because the receiver's part is not taken into account. Yes, and yeah. Yes. So, any opinion or question?
Illocutionary content and illocutionary force together will come out as a acoustic signal.
Okay.
In the form of speech.
Acoustic signal.
Signal. So when it is recorded, it becomes electrical signal. So there the illocutionary content and illocutionary force can be identified by consonant to vowel ratio.
Sure.
Because content and force will come together as a acoustic signal. Then acoustic signal is converted into electrical signal. So that electrical signal, if I want to extract the content and the force, then I have to look into the consonant to vowel ratio, then the rate at which the envelope decays. So all those things will determine the content and force if my application is based on that.
But is it really possible to separate it out, like force from?
How do you collect the force at all?
No, we are not collecting the force. See, illocutionary content and force will be coming out from the speaker as a form of acoustic signal. It's a combined it's a one entity. Acoustic signal is the combined entity of content and force. So through the microphone, it will be coming out as an electrical signal, which we are converting into digital. Then it goes to system. So in the system level, if I want to look into the content and force, then I have to look into its landmarks, like what is the envelope, what is the transition of envelope, what is the ratio of vowel and consonant. So all those issues.
But you can't locate the force anywhere, right? You can't literally mark force in any landmarks, right?
No, we can locate. We can locate by locating into the, suppose if the vowel to consonant ratio is more. So if the vowel to consonant ratio is more, so definitely there is a more force. So there is a use of more vowels. That mapping can be done.
Okay. And I think that's a pretty simplistic approach to that. So it's probably a very, very complex process. How the force, so of course the force is somewhere in there, it's embedded, so a human who hears that sound can understand what the force was probably. So it is in the sound somehow. Whether it is visible in the phonetic content, I'm a bit doubtful about that. Might be, I have no evidence for or against. But I would suspect that it's a very nuanced interpretation that has to be done, which takes into account also cultural background and like context. Has to understand what the context is, so the history of what was spoken before and what is spoken after. So it will never be a simple mathematical equation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So that was the difficult one. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, we will try for the tea. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.